Your seats, please. We're going to get started. And please remember to silence your cell phones, please.
Okay, good afternoon, everyone. Welcome to the second public hearing of the Avenir Community Advisory Committee. My name is Matthew Ty, and I serve as the chair of this committee, and I've been appointed by Assembly Member Tony Simone. By law, the committee consists of members appointed by specific elected officials who represent the proposed project site. Other committee members joining me today include Nabila Malik, appointed by Mayor Eric Adams, Angel Vasquez, appointed by Governor Kathy Hochul, Richard Gottfried, appointed by Senator Brad Hoylman Siegel, Madeline McCrory, appointed by Borough President Mark Levine, and Quentin Helbrana, appointed by New York City Council member Eric Botcher. This committee is statutorily charged with reviewing the Avenir NYC application. To achieve this, each member of the committee has been reviewing the application, and today we are receiving public comments regarding the Avenir. The Gaming Facility Location Board established September 30th, 2025 as the date by which a vote must be conducted as to whether the project should be advanced to the Gaming Facility Location Board. Before we begin, there are some ground rules. This hearing is an opportunity for members of the community to offer comments on the Avenir and not a venue for the public to ask questions of the committee members. Individuals wishing to speak must sign up at the registration table. We will be taking speakers on a first come, first served basis. Speakers will be allowed 2 minutes to present their statement. A countdown timer is visible, so each speaker is aware how much time they have remaining. In-person attendance will be capped when at capacity. Today's hearing is being live streamed, recorded, and will be posted online soon after the event concludes. The recording will be closed captioned for the hearing impaired. In addition to presenting comment today, there are additional ways to provide comment. The committee will also receive comment by electronic mail at the Avenir public comment at nystec.com or by mail, which should be directed to the Avenir Community Advisory Committee, care of NYSTEC, 540 Broadway, 3rd floor, Albany, New York, 12207. All comments, spoken, emailed, and written, will be documented and given equal review and weight by committee members. While there is no deadline for submitting comments, please note that the committee must complete its work by September 30th, 2025. Those wishing to submit comments are advised to do so as quickly as possible. If you've already submitted a comment in writing via email or mail, please do not sign up to speak if you simply plan to read your comment verbatim. Finally, attendees must remain respectful and courteous. Disruptions will not be tolerated. Anyone using offensive, threatening, or obscene language or behavior may be asked to leave. If you spoke at the last public hearing, we ask that you do not speak today to allow all voices to be heard. Andrea will now call up the speakers.
Can we get speakers 1 through 5 to the microphone, please?
My name is Christine Gorman. I'm the president of the West 55th Street Block Association. I have lived in zip code 10019 since 1984. My neighbors and I are against building a casino at West 41st Street and 11th Avenue. A lot has changed since New Yorkers voted to approve more casinos in 2013. Perhaps the biggest change is that the in-person gambling industry is failing because it's based on an outdated business model. But that's a problem for the billionaire developers, not us. The residents of Hell's Kitchen don't need either the Avenir or the transportation chaos that it will bring to the Lincoln Tunnel and the neighboring area. We're only just starting at tremendous expense to get some of our traffic issues under control. What we need is a lot more affordable housing, real affordable housing, so that young people who grow up here or moved here to follow a dream can live here. The residents of Hell's Kitchen don't need a fancy new food court. We need affordable housing. We don't need the promise of a few hundred so-called affordable units that have already been designated elsewhere in Community Board 4. We have been burned time and again with those sorts of promises. What we need are thousands of permanent, truly affordable apartments, starting at West 41st and 11th, and then expanding to the neighborhood beyond. We don't need the money laundering schemes or the sex trafficking that is so often tied to casinos. What we need is affordable housing. New York City's millionaire class has grown by 45% in the past decade, while the middle and working class are moving out because we can no longer afford housing. Hell's Kitchen does not need a casino at West 41st and 11th. What we need is truly affordable housing so that residents can raise their families and pursue their dreams in this incredible community. Thank you.
My name is Stephen Fenning. I live at Manhattan Plaza on 43rd and 10th in Hell's Kitchen 136. And we do not want this casino. It will not benefit this area. And so please vote no for any casino, whether it be on 41st and 11th or any casino within the Hell's Kitchen neighborhood. I would also like to say that anyone that's coming up to speak to you directly should be from this neighborhood. If you're not from this neighborhood, you do not understand, and you are really doing a disservice to Hell's Kitchen, to you, and actually to themselves. Thank you, and vote no. We will be watching your votes.
Robbie Fion. I'm a Manhattan Plaza resident since 1977. I have lived in the 10036 neighborhood. Casinos, as we know, have a negative impact on neighborhoods around them. They leave cities with issues of bankruptcy, crime, and traffic congestion. This is a known fact. This casino is planning on being built in one of the most congested portions of our city. Our streets are hardly movable now, and according to Citizens app, every day either a pedestrian or a biker is hit by a car in our neighborhood. Ambulances, fire trucks struggle to move. Any reduction in traffic that has been made by the congestion pricing will be lost by this addition. We cannot tolerate or afford more traffic. The casinos say they only want to attract high rollers. When we asked, how will they get to the casino? They laughably answered, public transportation. Right. High rollers on city buses. There will be more taxis, limousines, and private cars, and they do not even have parking facilities. This is insane in one of the most congested and dangerous corners of the city. Casinos bring crime, and that's a fact. A 100-story hotel is not an addition to our neighborhood. We need housing. Casinos use a great deal of electricity, and we already suffer from brownouts and loss of elevator services in the summer. How is this going to help us? Casinos prey on the vulnerable and destroy lives, creating financial stress, mental illness, and suicide. We are a community of vulnerable people. Please give the casino licenses where neighborhoods desire them and can accommodate them.
Thank you.
Not in the middle
Thank you
of
for
a
your time.
residential place. And I want one more thing.
Thank you for your
Those
time.
that say they want jobs, those jobs will go wherever the
Thank you for your time.
Hi, I'm Kay Wolf. I've been living in this neighborhood for almost 14 years, and I support this because since the pandemic, I've seen a lot of homeless people, a lot of crime in this area, and I think the additional security and the police would finally help me feeling safer walking home at night. Thank you.
Thank you for the opportunity to speak this afternoon. I'm Dr. Sam Chandon, founding director of the Chen Institute for Global Real Estate at NYU Stern, and formerly dean of the NYU SPS Schack Institute. I hold a PhD in applied economics from the Wharton School, and I'm appearing in my independent capacity as an economist and a New York City resident. The economic case for the Avenir rests on the proven value of mixed-use development in strengthening urban districts. One of the clear lessons of the post-pandemic recovery is that single-use neighborhoods are more vulnerable to shocks. By contrast, districts that combine residential, hospitality, cultural, and commercial activity are more vibrant, recover more quickly, and generate more stable employment and tax revenue over time. The city has embraced this principle in the Midtown South mixed-use plan. The Avenir also reflects this approach. At a transit-accessible location adjacent to the Javits Center, it brings together hotel, dining, cultural programming, and a gaming component in a balance weighted toward hospitality and cultural uses. The result is thousands of construction jobs during development, thousands of permanent jobs once operational, and a diversified stream of revenues to support our shared priorities as citizens of New York. By activating this section of the West Side, the project also creates the demand and capital that could make possible the 10th Avenue subway station, a lasting public benefit for everyone who resides in the community. Affordable housing is an essential element of the story. Silverstein Properties has already delivered major residential communities adjacent to the site and is committed to a pipeline of roughly 2,000 additional apartments over the coming decade, with about 1/4 being affordably targeted. This complements the city's broader housing goals and supports our incredible commitment to affordability across the market. Important concerns have been raised about traffic, neighborhood character, and gaming, and these should be addressed through measures such as careful transportation, construction management, and appropriate safeguards. Thank you so much for your time.
Can we get numbers 6 through 10 to the microphone, please? 6 through 10. Please keep your booing and your comments quiet so we can hear everyone's words and give respect to everybody as they speak. Thank you so much. 6 through 10 to the microphone, please.
My name is Naomi Rodriguez. I work in the 10036
It's okay. Keep time. Go for it.
area and Times Square area as a fast food working. I back the Avenir project because the increase of the union hospitality, jobs, and visitors will be bring more customers into our. No, that's okay. Helping business like mine grow and giving workers more stability. What also matters to me is that this project invests on training and long-term opportunities so more service workers like myself can see a path towards better paying careers, just not a full worker service, just management, logistic, and hospitalities as well.
Well, you have to speak as closely as possible.
My name is Daniel. I live in the neighborhood. My zip code is 10036. I don't live in Manhattan Plaza or the other buildings in Hell Kitchen, but I do live right next to the place where the casino is going to be. I go to work. I'm a senior citizen going to work every day, and I have to take the 7 train. Coming down at midnight every night is so isolated when I get to 11th Avenue. Having this casino and all the facilities around us is going to be a benefit for everybody. I work with younger people who go to college because they work for CUNY. They didn't know good for the college, but they can get some kind of benefits in a trade or in a job that this corner is going to give to the new generation. Again, we are just completed. We have worked for so many years, but we have to think about the new generation. They need this casino because this casino is an opportunity for the neighborhood. When I came here 25 years ago to live in this neighborhood, it was isolated. Think about what is going to happen in the next few years. We need this casino. We need the job opportunity. We need an opportunity for the younger generation. Thank you.
Yeah, excellent. Thank you.
Sir, just give us 1 second as we get the timer restart.
No problem.
Thank you.
All right, good to go. No problem. All right.
All right, go for it, sir.
Hello, everybody. My name is Damar Busby, and I work for River Place on 42nd Street and 41st also. And my singular reason for having this new project put is simply security. I've been a security guard for 4 years and then transferred on to being a concierge. And I've walked, pardon? I got you. This better? Nice. All right. I've been a security guard for 4 years and I've transferred to concierge for 2. I've walked up and down these blocks for years and years. I've walked children to school. I've walked with people going to the train station, and it's very hard to feel safe and comfortable when you have several people on your back or just people just laying around. I know things are very hard, and having this entertainment center that gives new jobs and definitely more security will be a great help, a really great help. And that's pretty much all I have to say. Thank you so much. Perfect.
Hello? There you go. Is that loud enough, bro? All right. My name is Lou, 10023. I'm in support of the Avenir because Hell's Kitchen needs something exciting and new. The casino is only 12% of the entire project with a separate private entrance. I also support the increased security the Avenir is proposing. Creating thousands of union jobs in the area will help the local business and restaurants that are still recovering from the pandemic. Not to mention the Javits Center needs a hotel close by. Building up the area is innovation, something an empty lot needs. Thank you, guys.
Hi, my name is Vivek Nagrani. I'm in 10036. I am in support of the Avenir. I believe it's going to increase jobs, security, and overall well-being in the neighborhood. So I am completely in support of this.
Can we get numbers 16 through 20 to the microphone, please? 16 through 20?
11 to 16. 11 to
No?
16.
Oh, yeah? Oh, I went too fast. I got excited, Theodore. Thank you. 11 through 15. Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Sidney Brown. I'm a local business owner, including a security business in the area of 10036. For the last 20 years, I've been working in this area, and I'm in support of the Avenir project. Reason because it becomes more eyes and more attention to the area in fixing the poverty and offering more jobs. I'm in support of the local union jobs that are being brought to Hell's Kitchen. Thank you.
Number 12, please. 13.
Hi, thank you, everybody. My name is Adam Padilla. Hi, my name is Adam Padilla. I am in favor of the Avenir. Something needs to be built in an empty lot like that, and why not have it something that generates revenue and brings people into the area and more security. And I would also like to see a subway built. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Miriam, and I support the Avenir. Definitely, union jobs help with bringing in a lot more jobs in tourism. We are a small business here, so that would really support business in the area. And we hear about security, and definitely that's something we're all very concerned about. Thank you.
Hi, I'm Brian Sloan. I'm a member, 23-year resident of Chelsea and member of Community Board 4. We stand at a pivotal moment for New York City's economic future. We recently celebrated the completion of a massive $1.5 billion expansion of this Javits Center. It's bigger, it's better, and it was a necessary investment to keep us in the game, but it was only half the battle. Right now, that $1.5 billion investment is being held back by a single critical flaw: a severe lack of nearby hotel rooms. For convention planners, convenience isn't a luxury, it's a requirement, and the data shows we are losing very badly. Chicago's McCormick Place has nearly 3,000 hotel rooms physically connected to its campus. Orlando's convention center has over 10,000 rooms within a short walk. Las Vegas has 7,500 hotel rooms within a short distance away, and the Javits Center, we have 895 within a short walk. This isn't a new problem. In 2004, the legislature officially found that the Javits Center was, quote, competitively disadvantaged by the lack of any adjacent hotel, causing us to lose, quote, high-impact trade shows and conventions. For 20 years, we've known about this Achilles heel, and for 20 years, we have failed to fix it until now. This project is the solution we've been waiting for. This isn't just about a casino. It's about finally building the infrastructure we need to win. At the heart of this proposal is the 1,000-room hotel, a large, modern headquarters hotel that we desperately have needed since the day that Javits is opened. And improving this project will finally complete the vision of the $1.5 billion investment that New York State made. It will allow us to compete head-to-head with any city in the country for convention business. It will create a true convention district that attracts the world's biggest events, filling our restaurants and supporting many local jobs. This is our chance to secure Javits' future and solidify New York's position as the business capital of the world. Let's not wait another 20 years. Let's approve this project and build the future that New York City deserves.
Thank you.
My name is Daphne Levine, zip code 11101. Good afternoon. 2 weeks ago, I spoke before you about why I believe the Avenir is not only a good choice, but the best choice for Manhattan Casino. Today, I want to continue that message and add why this location stands above the alternatives. I'm an architect and urban planner with a PhD in urban planning. I've spent my career studying how cities grow and how the right project can bring new life to overlooked places. For decades, the area at 11th Avenue and 41st Street has been left behind. While Hudson Yards and Times Square became symbols of success, this pocket stayed broken and disconnected. The Avenir has the power to change that. The East River Side, by contrast, is cut off from transit, disconnected from tourism, and isolated from the city's natural flow of visitors. It would be an island hard to reach, hard to sustain. Times Square, meanwhile, is already bursting at capacity. Adding a casino there would mean congestion, not renewal. The Avenir strikes the right balance. It is shovel-ready and transit-connected. It creates thousands of jobs and billions in revenue, while also bringing affordable housing, community art, and safer streets. And it invests directly back into Hell's Kitchens with $160 million in community partnerships. This is not just a casino. It is urban infrastructure. It repairs the past, improves the present, and prepares the future. This is why the Avenir is a project that best represents the highest and best use of this site and the best choice for New York City. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Luisa Colon. I was born in New York, born and raised. I now live in Brooklyn, 11218, but I actually grew up in this area. And I'm raising my kids in New York. I want the best for New York. I consider myself as cranky and opinionated as the next New Yorker, but this is a project that is going to be good for the city. It is going to be good for this area. I want to see this area at its best. honestly, I don't bring my kids here that much to visit their grandma. It's very hard to get to. It does not feel accessible. When we come, if we have to leave at night, we have to take an Uber home because I don't feel comfortable walking in the dark and feeling isolated with my kids. I want to be here more. I think that this project encompasses a lot of what New Yorkers love. There's a casino in it. It's okay. It happens in other parts of the country and it's fine. I think it's going to be a lot of fun. It's a place where I want my out of town family to come visit. I love the idea of the arts and culture. I love how well thought out the process of giving back to New Yorkers is. I mean, I feel like, I've informed myself about this project, and Silverstein Properties has really addressed every possible concern I could have, from security to crime to transportation to this amazing idea of giving food to New Yorkers who need it, housing to New Yorkers who need it, jobs to New Yorkers who need it. It really covers everything. It's change. Change is scary, but change is good, and change is New York. And I love New York, and I want this project to happen. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Susan Jacks, and I come before you today with some very mixed emotions. I am a very happy tenant of River Place. I see friends of mine from the building, Damar, Flavio, others. But I am terrified to have this casino and this gigantic hotel half a block from my home. The previous speaker addressed the issues of transportation. They have not been addressed by Avenir at all. We are clogged up by the Lincoln Tunnel traffic. Avenir will be providing no transportation to the place. They talk somewhat about shuttles, but between the M42 bus, which is MIA at night, otherwise it's unpredictable and overcrowded, and people will be competing. I will be competing for a seat on the bus with visitors coming in from Port Authority and across town at Grand Central, trying to get there, along with the 9,000 employees Avenir promises to hire. Now, I know there's supposed to be shuttles for the employees, for the visitors coming in. There will be no shuttles for the 9,000 employees that I will be competing with for a seat on the bus. I am not getting any younger. I am 5 feet tall. I am invisible to the trucks and SUVs and everything else that will be making right turns and left turns and going through the tunnel. My husband has Parkinson's. He is increasingly disabled. It is a hazard for us to get across the street. We have been almost hit multiple times by e-bikes and cars and Ubers and Lyfts and buses. It's a hazard there. And Avenir has not addressed the issue at all. You talked about that. You talked about that, about possibly funding that subway stop at 10th and 40th. When will that happen? Avenir is not the only one to make that decision, and it's going to happen maybe 30 years, and I'll be dead, hopefully not hit by a car. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Deepak Patel from Freedom News, 42nd Street, Silver Tower. I am confident to that project will be deliver significant benefit to community, and I fully support this project. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Gabriella. I live in the 10014 neighborhood, and I fully support the Avenir project. With funding directed towards organizations like Win and Covenant House, the project was to expand housing, counseling, and shelter services, helping families and vulnerable youth find the stability they need to succeed. I'm also encouraged by the upgrades to transit access, sidewalks, and public spaces, which will make our neighborhoods safer, more accessible, and more welcoming for everyone. Thank you.
What's going on? My name is Sean. As a student in the 10036, I proudly support the Avenir project. Beyond the nearly 5,000 new union, hospitality, and gaming jobs, this project opened doors for students like me by creating pathways in management, logistics, retail, marketing. What excites me the most is the commitment to internships, training, scholarships, because it means my generation won't just be spectators, but will be participants in shaping the future.
Can we get 21 through 25 to the microphone, please? Thank you.
Okay. Hello, everyone. My name is Safi, and I am the owner of Brain Food and 8-Bit Bites with locations all around New York City. Over the past year, my team and I had the privilege of partnering with Rethink Food. Through that partnership, I've seen firsthand the incredible impact they've had, not only in feeding New Yorkers facing food insecurity, but also in supporting local food businesses like mine. What Rethink does is simple but powerful. They take surplus meals and ingredients and transform them into nutritious meals for people who need them the most. In doing so, they help reduce food waste, support small businesses, and give restaurants like mine the chance to give back in a meaningful way. For us at Brain Food, this partnership has been eye-opening. Rethink provides training, logistical support, guidance that allows us to prepare and distribute meals more effectively. They make sure resources are used wisely, meals are actually reaching those who need them, and that businesses like mine can play a role in building more sustainable and equitable food systems. It's empowering to know that every meal we prepare isn't just for a consumer. It also strengthens our community and expands our restaurant's impact. So that's why I fully support the Avenir project. This development is committed to working with organizations like Rethink Food and making community-focused initiatives part of its mission. By creating thousands of union jobs, supporting local nonprofits, and fostering economic growth, the Avenir project provides real, tangible benefits for restaurants and workers and residents alike. For restaurants like mine, that means more opportunity to grow, to contribute, and to serve not just our customers, but also our neighborhood in need. So from my perspective and my experience, the Avenir project isn't just another development. It's a true partnership with our city and our community. It means more opportunities for collaboration, more support for local programs, and ultimately stronger and more resilient neighborhoods. That's why I stand in full support of the Avenir project. It represents growth, opportunity, and a deep commitment to the people we serve. Thank you.
Number 22. First come, first serve. Okay.
Good afternoon. My name is Nick Baxter, and I'm a resident of zip code 10014. I fully support the Avenir Casino proposal because it promises to catalyze real positive change in this neighborhood. The project will create thousands of union construction jobs and thousands of permanent union positions. The project will also deliver more than 2,000 new residential units, including a significant number of permanently affordable homes, bringing much needed housing supply to our community. The Avenir is projected to generate billions of dollars in revenue for the MTA while committing millions, hundreds of millions of dollars to community partnerships over 20 years. For me, this isn't about adding a casino. It's about securing additional housing supply and community-oriented funding that will benefit the people who live here. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Courtney Vinson. I've worked in 10036 neighborhood for over 5 years now, and I'm in support of the Avenir project. As an artist myself, I believe the Avenir's event space and art gallery will provide artistic outlet to the residents and give local artists a chance to showcase their work while bringing much needed energy and life to this area, and as well as safety. Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Tyler, and I work in 10011. I work at a local clothing store, and I support the Avenir project. I appreciate and recognize the commitment to small business growth, as the project will provide steady foot traffic and boost tourism, which are essential to local shops like mine. The new visitors and customers will not only help local businesses thrive, but boost the New York City economy and help provide work for over 5,000 young New Yorkers who so desperately need it. Thank you.
Hello, good afternoon. My name is Floyd Willis, and I work in the garment district as an Amazon employee. I support the Avenir project. More businesses and activity visitors, more deliveries mean stable work hours for people like me, while also strengthening the logistics backbones of our city. The promise of over 4,000 union construction jobs mean real opportunity for working families and stronger foundation for our city's middle class. Thank you.
Can we get numbers 26 through 30 to the microphone, please? 26 through 30.
Hello, everyone. My name is Dickie Hartz, and my sign name is this. I am an actor, I am an artist, and maybe you've seen my work on different TV shows and stage performances and off-Broadway performances as well. I am an ambassador for various companies and organizations that focus on accessibility. Often, people don't think about accessibility. It tends to be bottom of the totem pole. It is always an afterthought. So that is why I'm here. I'm here to support this project because I'm thrilled that they're focusing on this topic. And you may not know that all across the world, the World Health Organization, the WHO, has approximately 1.5 billion people who have some degree of hearing loss. Out of that number, approximately 77.2 million people are culturally deaf, which means they're fluent in a sign language and they support the deaf community. So one of the most accessible cities is here in New York. I grew up in Virginia, and when I moved to New York, I felt the accessibility is here. It's, well, as in comparison to most places. So the MTA, as you might know, I work as an ambassador with the MTA, and they have created QR codes on the subway platform that you can utilize your phone to communicate with an interpreter to get information related to the MTA. So my point is, I see this Avenir as a wonderful opportunity for deaf and disabled artists to grow through this collaboration and to support this community. Imagine 7.2 million culturally deaf people gathering here, having opportunities here. So that is, for me, not only New York, but this represents a city of tomorrow. And so I support the Avenir. Thank you.
Where I have to come after him. I got a big shoe to fill. Hi, my name is Grace Capobianco, and I'm the founder of Downtown Magazine. 2 weeks ago, I spoke as a business owner, but today I speak as a proud New York resident. I'm 100% in favor of the Avenir, and it's only 12% being a casino. One key benefit I want to highlight is that the tax revenue for this project will generate. If we are going to have a casino in Manhattan, it should directly support our state, our city, and essential services like the MTA. We all know how much a subway system is needed here, but this investment has to come from somewhere. I love this city and I want it to thrive in every way. Placing casinos in the outer boroughs pulls tourists away from Manhattan, when we should be keeping the spending right here, supporting local businesses, and strengthening this city as a whole. I love this city, as I said, and I want to see it at its best. Silverstein did that for Lower Manhattan, and they will do the same thing here.
Hi, my name is Haley, and I'm a resident of the West Side, and I'm in support of the Avenir project. I run and bike along the West Side Highway all the time, and I was always afraid to get off around 41st due to lack of security measures. This area never really felt safe for a woman like me, and development of this area will improve safety for the residents of the area and the visitors. Also, this project is not just improving safety, but also adding a variety of amenities such as restaurants and shops for the residents and visitors alike. I support the project because it will not make the area not only safer, but also revitalized.
Hi, thank you for your time. My name is Ty Eckern and my zip code is 1001. As a resident of the area, I want to make housing more affordable. The best way to do this is to build more supply. Therefore, the commitment to build 2,000 new housing units is of great importance to me. Furthermore, this is the most logical area to build a casino in New York City. The proximity to Penn Station, Grand Central, and the Javits Center makes it the best applicant. The project will be an economic beacon to the area. The $7 billion investment will create thousands of permanent jobs, give back to the community through partnerships, and cause an increase in tax revenue, which will allow for public services such as schools, public transportation, and public safety to be better funded. Thank you for your time.
Can we get numbers 31 through 40 to the microphone? 31 through 40?
Number 30,
There's
calling
no
number
30.
two. No?
Yeah, 31 through 40, please. Thanks, Tito. Yeah.
Good afternoon. My name's Rasan Hatter. I'm a resident of 10036, and I have been for over 25 years, and I'm in support of the project. I think this neighborhood needs a lot more revitalization, and this project is perfect for the neighborhood. There's been a lot of naysayers when all buildings go up, buildings across the street, when Hudson Yards went up, but I think after the projects are all complete, everyone agrees that the neighborhoods thrive. And so I think this, especially in that area around the Lincoln Tunnel where there's not a lot going on, I think the project would be perfect for the area. Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Flavio Colella. I work in the 10036 zip code. I've done so for the past 25 years. I've made a lot of friends and relationships outside of my work of people that do reside in the 10036 neighborhood. I don't need to repeat a lot of the things that were said. I am very much in favor of the Avenir project. I think that it will bring good things to this area and good things to New York. Thank you.
33, yes. Thank you. Hello, how you doing? My name is Ate Kazani, with zip code 10036. I've been a resident at for 10 a little over 10 years. And my kids who also go up to school at Success Academy. I'm in full support of the Avenir project for many reasons, but obviously the most important is security. Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Brian Bice, and I've loved living in Hell's Kitchen. From my first New York City apartment at Gotham West in 2014 to the condo I purchased in 2020 at the nearby Atelier where I now live. I worked on the opening of Hudson Yards as their retail director, and I saw firsthand how a major mixed-use development transformed the west side of Manhattan for the better, creating thousands of high-paying jobs, infusing the area with tourist dollars and small business opportunities, and turning an empty and derelict part of the city into a safe and thriving neighborhood. I strongly believe that Avenir will do the same for Hell's Kitchen. After getting laid off from my job in retail management, I decided to create BFAB tours earlier this year with a walking tour that guides guests through Hell's Kitchen and shows them what makes our neighborhood so historic, unique, and special. I'm passionate about this neighborhood and love to share that passion with others. I wouldn't support the Avenir if I thought it would be bad for Hell's Kitchen because my future depends on it. The Avenir will be an entertainment complex with shopping, dining, lab arts, a hotel, and yes, a casino. But there's nothing inherently bad about gambling, which is just another form of entertainment. After all, how many of us recently purchased a Powerball ticket? The vast majority of us who enjoy gambling are capable of doing so responsibly. And for the tiny percentage who can't, they will find a way, Avenir or not. I can't wait to have all of this excitement right in my backyard, built in an area where there is currently nothing. No residents will be displaced. The residential areas to the north, protected by the special Clinton district, will be undisturbed. Hell's Kitchen will maintain its charm while becoming even more prosperous and safe. In French, Avenir means future. With their many developments in the area, Silverstein Properties have already proven that they can usher Hell's Kitchen into the future in a responsible and sustainable way, and I trust them to do the same going forward. Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Ben, and I have lived in New York my entire life. I was born and raised in Brooklyn and then moved to Hell's Kitchen around 12 years ago. I own a small business here, and I love this city. I did not move here for peace and quiet or the nature. I moved to the city and continue to love the city for what it represents. Fast-paced energy, the economic capital of the world, a place of possibilities for anyone coming from any economic background. The prosperity of all businesses, both big and small. That's what this city is. I received a random call today from someone from the opposing side telling me that this project will destroy thousands of jobs. In what world does that make any sense? Not only will this create jobs within the project itself, but it will support so many businesses around it. I have been to a casino once in my life. I am not even sure I will ever step into this building, but I'm saying yes to this building because of what this city is and what the potential traffic will mean for all businesses in this neighborhood. I am a small business owner. This will bring support to small businesses across the area and across the city. Thank you.
My name is Antonio, and I'm reading this on behalf of Carmen Sanchez. My name is Carmen Sanchez, and I'm a proud member of the Hotel and Gaming Trades Council. I'm here today as a Manhattan resident, working in Midtown Manhattan, to support the Avenir proposal because it represents a once-in-a-generation opportunity to create thousands of good, family-sustaining jobs for New Yorkers like me. My union hospitality job has changed my life, and this project would bring real careers in gaming, hospitality, food service, and entertainment that can do the same for other members of my community who need it the most. This proposal will turn a regular building into a chance to create 5,000 hospitality and casino jobs. I strongly urge you to support the Avenir proposal, which will make New York stronger for generations to come.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Member.
One second.
Oops.
Number 37.
Okay.
We're going.
Not yet.
Not yet. 37. Please.
Hi, my name is Joanne Dean, and I'm a resident here of Area 10031. I myself am deaf, latent deaf, and I've worked in the deaf community for over 30 years. Nowhere in New York City is there a fully accessible theater or entertainment complex. I've had the privilege to have private discussions with the Silverstein family and their entities that they've already built and proven to be accessible at the PAC, Permanent Arts Center, downtown New York City. New York City has the opportunity to have a model community fully accessible for the deaf. MTA is already working with Convo, a relay system that has a QR code displayed, and instantly a deaf person seeking information can get an ASL interpreter on the spot to give them information. I strongly encourage the Avenir to be built and approved, to be hiring deaf, disabled individuals, offering more opportunities, more accessibility for New York City. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Ready? Good afternoon. So my name is Mike Adeletta. I am the Vice President of Local 94 IOE Operating Engineer, which is located on 44th Street between 8th and 9th Avenue, Hell's Kitchen. Local 94 consists of 6,500 members who work in New York City. We operate and maintain HVAC systems for commercial buildings, residential buildings, hotels, and New York City public schools. Local 94 has close to 1,000 members attending our training facility on 44th Street every week. We are in full support of the project, and there are some reasons why we are supporting this project. The creation of 5,000 permanent jobs, union jobs, will generate income and opportunity throughout the district. The 4,000 plus construction jobs that will be created and benefit local vendors in the district. The additional police presence that will be generated will be greatly appreciated in our much-needed district. Also, the much-needed additional housing that will be generated in the area. And on a final note, Silverstein and Local 94 has always had an excellent labor relationship. Some examples are the World Trade Center development site, the Four Seasons Hotel downtown, and in this district, we also have the Silver Towers. Your neighbors in the district, Local 94, fully support the project. Thank you.
I made it. All right. Good afternoon again, ladies and gentlemen, members of this community. If I'm too loud, just let me know. All right. My name is Sudeshna Lindeman, and I'm a resident tenant at zip code 10036. Facts are stubborn things, said John Adams, second president of the United States of America and one of our founding fathers. Indeed, we can look away from facts, ignore them, perhaps because we don't like what they say, or we can lean into facts, become curious, and learn from them. Either way, the facts and evidence will still be there, regardless of how we feel about them, in essence of John Adams' quote. Now, on the Avenir Project's website, there are facts and evidence that speak to the socio-economic benefit of this project. Income and paychecks go home, and then they make their way back into the New York economy. Meanwhile, the community members don't have to be bystanders. They can contribute, participate, and get something out of this project. Facts that have been presented by project team members to alleviate and mitigate the risks, concerns, and fears that have been raised. All these facts produced from research. Now, when we lean into facts by becoming curious and start to make informed decisions, our intuitions also play a part. It is counterintuitive to think that the Silverstein family would be willing to invest in Avenir if it has even a little amount of chance to negatively harm this community. This community, where Silverstein family already has long-term investments. Somebody spoke of a supermarket. Well, a supermarket will at first need a strong cost-benefit engine model to drive it. But right now, that plot is sitting there empty, providing no socioeconomic benefit for New York, a fact that is glaring back at us. But we can build on it. We can create history where the skyline of the future has Avenir in it. And just like that, the opportunities open up for this community. Thank you so much for your time.
My name is Scott Keon. I'm a former resident. I'm a current commuter. I've been going through this area for about 40 years now, and I'm opposed to it just on a congestion standpoint. If I'm sitting in traffic, all the residents are too. I think that it'd be a bad idea to put something that's so congested right in that area, right where every night you got to spend 2 or 3 hours sitting in traffic, and everybody else does too. I would encourage everybody in the room as we leave here to go down to that street corner, cross the street, put your hand on the billboard, see how you feel. It's going to be the way it's going to be for the next years. Thank you.
Can I get 41 through 50 to the microphone, please? 41 through 50 to the microphone.
We're going in order. Number 41, please. 41, 42, 43. Line up.
Hello, I'm Diana Getchis. I'm the Vice President of Human Resources at Union Square Hospitality Group. I'm a current resident in New Jersey, so I frequent this neighborhood often as a commuter and support this project and the jobs and community it will create for the city. I've been at USHG for 12 years. I started as an intern. I've been given the opportunity to grow my career with this incredible company. Hospitality changed my life and has created a rich career for me, both in restaurant operations and now in human resources. In my current role, I support the incredible people that make up our restaurants and help to build future careers in hospitality. I support this project to help create more jobs in the industry that gave me so much. Hospitality has the power to make neighborhoods thrive, and this project will do just that. for Hell's Kitchen, for the residents and the commuters alike. Thank you.
Hi, my name is John Murphy. I own K-Back Air Conditioning here in New York. Sorry. Okay, sorry. We moved to 318 West 39th Street, thinking that Manhattan West and Hudson Yards being built would have a positive effect on our neighborhood. Was I wrong? It got worse. It got much worse. Never mind the mentally ill, homeless, and junkies. We even have squeegee men back on the corner at 39th and 9th. The only things the cops do is tow the Mercedes Escalades and Range Rovers of the drug dealers who lost track of time selling their goods at the hotels that were now homeless shelters. At 8:30 every morning, 6 or 7 tow trucks showed up to tow the dealers' cars away. Went to get a sandwich for lunch, and right in the crosswalk at 39th and 8th, a homeless guy stabbed a guy apparently for no reason. The guy who was stabbed pulled the knife out of his side and stabbed the guy that stabbed him and killed him. I said I could go on and on, but I only have 2 minutes. From a business perspective, I have to keep my employees safe. And in this neighborhood, that's tough. I started to think about affordable places I could go. Jersey seemed viable for me and my 120 employees. But I grew up in the Bronx. I've always had my office in the city, as I believe that that's where the best employees are. Then I heard about Avenir. There was hope for the neighborhood. It would bookend Hudson Yards and couldn't help but make the neighborhood better. If this project isn't approved by the city, the city and state are writing off this neighborhood, and I'll have no choice but to leave.
Good day, everyone. My name is Renata Alexis from 10036. I am a Senior Vice President at Covenant House, New York. Our organization is located at 460 West 41st Street, just a block away from the Avenir site. I would like to emphasize that Silverstein Properties has been funding housing and job training programs for homeless youth for over 10 years. I have had the pleasure of working with thousands of youth during that time who were able to exit the shelter system and live healthy and stable lives. And as such, they are no longer homeless. Silverstein Properties has helped change the lives of thousands of youth for the better. The Avenir will not only create affordable housing for New York City youth, but the Avenir will also create jobs so that the youth who we help overcome homelessness and exit our shelter system can sustain their housing. Silverstein Properties is no stranger to this work. They have demonstrated a track record of success. I respectfully request that Councilman Botcher and all elected officials support Silverstein's application to build the Avenir because it will help thousands of youth in need and benefit our community. Thank you.
Todd Monahan, 10036, and I'm here this evening as a proud resident of Manhattan Plaza, as a parent. I've lived at Manhattan Plaza for 13 years. My wife and I have 3 small children, and my children go to school across the street from the Avenir site. I am here to voice my support for the Avenir project. A rising tide lifts all ships, and this project is that tide. Larry Silverstein, his family, Silverstein Properties, they didn't just save downtown Lower Manhattan from economic doom. They achieved an economic revolution in that area of Manhattan. This investment in Hell's Kitchen is very much needed, as you heard from other folks here today. Silverstein's reputation for philanthropy and supporting artists is well known and, in my view, unmatched by the other companies applying for license. Yes, this project involves a casino. It's 12% of the project, but the project is so much more. It offers an economic investment that Hell's Kitchen desperately needs. Thank you very much.
Hi, I'm Jeannie, born and bred in New York, live in the Strand. Been part of this neighborhood one way or the other for 40 years, from before River Place opened. I don't care. I'm not even supposed to be here, but I'm here. So, you want to talk about affordable housing? They're going to be Mother Teresa and give 25% affordable housing. That's the bare minimum for them to get their little discount. I don't want it. I don't want this casino. There is nothing good that can come from it. They want to talk about how there's an empty lot. Silverstein has owned that lot for years, and nothing has happened. So don't talk to me about this. I am tired of all this pie in the sky BS and just keep getting dumped on. The West Side is not a garbage pit. It is not a sewer. And so you want to do 12% of a building for a casino? That's 12% too much. I come from a union family. I come from a union home. This is not what unions do. Unions do not go into other people's neighborhoods and destroy them. You want to talk about, oh, we're going to have a subway stop. Yeah, that's great. Have Silverstein go and open up a subway stop with the MTA. Then the MTA can't even get their shit together with the other one that just opened up. It opens up, and within the first 6 months, signal errors. Screw this. I don't want it. I got married in Vegas. I don't want to live in Vegas.
Yeah. My name's Lee Shepard. I live in Manhattan Plaza. I came to New York in 1975, moved into Manhattan Plaza in 77, moved out about 1980, and came back about 8 years ago. This was really Hell's Kitchen in 77. You didn't go down 10th Avenue at night. You didn't go to the bar across the street that's now Mr. Biggs because you might not come out. Now, it's taken 30 years to make this neighborhood a safe enough place to raise a family and make room for artists, people of all races, religions, lifestyles. Now, casinos, I did some research when I was living in Connecticut. They tried to pass legislation there, and it failed for gambling. But a lot of promises are made, a lot of money spread out. I think we call them bribes where I come from. And promises aren't kept, or promises run out, but the casino remains. Now, in a city where, according to Politico 2 days ago, 146,000 children are homeless at least part of the year here in the city. We don't need to make more families homeless because paychecks can't make it home. Casinos prey on the vulnerable. This is a theater district, for Christ's sake. Lincoln Center is nearby. We have opera, ballet, Philharmonic, museums. The Met and the MoMA are the finest in the world. If you want to gamble, go to Nevada. That's what they do out there. They got nothing else. It's a desert. Now, but if you must build a casino, there's a big chunk of land behind the UN. Let the foreign diplomats lose all their money. We don't need them over here. So I guess you got the message. Yeah.
Good afternoon. My name is Father Mike Lopez, and I'm the Director of Monkworks Social Services here in New York City. I'm here today in support of the Avenir project and its commitment to work together with not-for-profits such as Rethink Food. For over a decade, Monkworks has worked in the front lines with some of the most vulnerable populations in New York City: the unhoused, the food insecure, and those low-income families looking to make a way. What we've seen time and again is that food is never just about sustenance, it is about dignity. It's about stability, and it is about hope. That's why the work of Rethink Food and Monkworks together support fully the Avenir project, and we think it is short of transformative. We don't just feed people, we empower communities. We redirect excess food from gaming and restaurant establishments, from places all around the city of New York who are willing to give so that others may have. We reinvest in neighborhoods that too often are forgotten and left behind. The approach here is smart, sustainable, and deeply human. Take what is left and give to those who need. The Avenir project represents the next step in this evolution for us as not-for-profits, a bold vision that combines food access, job creation, and community-based innovation in one initiative. It's not just a building here. We hope that it's a promise that the city of New York, the city of abundance, no one should ever go hungry. No one should be left out. Monkworks proudly stands behind Rethink Food and they're supporting the Avenir project because we know it will change lives, not just in theory, but in practice. We've seen it ourselves. And we're ready to partner, to serve, and to build a future where nourishment and opportunity go hand in hand in the greatest city of the world. Thank you.
Hi there, my name is Danny Chered. I'm the owner of DC Finance that does family office and high net worth conferences all around the world. I have an office here at 136. It took me some time, but I did manage to convince my European wife that this is the center of the universe, New York City. And I support this project because this is part of the pulse that this city has and Miami doesn't, and LA doesn't, right? And I understand some people want to quietly cross the street. I think they should really check out Westchester. There are many streets you can quietly cross and see squirrels and deers and lots of fun. This is the center of the universe. When I speak to people internationally from all around the world, I tell them, guys, you may be in London, you may be in LA. The reason I'm here paying crazy taxes and enjoying only 2 months of summer, for crying out loud, is because this is the center of the world. You all will be here at some point. I don't know when I'll be in London or LA, but all of you will be here at some point. That's why we are headquartered here. Now, as a conference group, I would like to tell you that if this will be happening right here, I will do more conferences right here. And my audience and speakers are some of the world's leading entrepreneurs, families, and I believe they will be here spending money and making this place a great place. So this is the center of the universe. And this is part of the pulse that this city has and nobody else has. Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Liam, 10036. I came to this country 5 years ago, seeking safety and a better life. I had to flee my home country of the Congo because of political violence. I am able to stand here today because of a collection of good Samaritans that helped me. Some of those people are the people at Covenant House and the people at Silverstone Properties. They were the people that gave me a safety place to sleep with clean sheets, brand new clothes, and hot food. They helped me learn English, get me a job, and got my GED. They helped me get my own apartment and to save some money. Today, I am a software engineer at a global consulting firm. I live in my own apartment and I'm enrolled in the Borough of Manhattan Community College. I have my associate's degree and I expect to earn my bachelor's next year. The people at Silverstone Properties are good people, and because of their generosity, other kids like me, present and future, have a chance to live the American dream. I respectively request that Councilman Boucher and elected officials support the Avenue proposal. Thank you very much.
Good afternoon. My name is Nick. I've worked in the area for over 15 years. I completely support the project. It brings opportunity for work, for housing, and also supports the arts. The few people that have said no, honestly sound like they're stuck in the past. We should look to the future, as the name suggests, and build it for sure. I completely support it. Thank you.
Can we get numbers 51 through 60 to the microphone, please? 51 through 60 to the microphone. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Hanadi Zakur. I'm a born and raised New Yorker. I've seen this area go through many, many phases. I'm in support of this development. I also, in my adult years, work under and with Silverstein Property Managements, and I've seen what they do. And I disagree respectfully with a lot of the people that think it's anti artistic. They have a beautiful program that promotes underserved artists, and they do so many great things. So the casino is one part, but there's so many other parts to this development. So you have mine. I wish that they can do this project.
Hi, my name is Asit Parikh. I live in 10014 and work often in 10018 and commute between the two along the west side. I'm frankly quite honored to be addressing both Silverstein and the board today, 3 days from the 24th anniversary of 9/11. I've since then seen what Silverstein has done to downtown and other neighborhoods in New York. It's been incredible to actually watch their commitment to this city and to its residents. But we have to play the hand that we were dealt, right? So in 2025, New York City is going to see 2 million fewer visitors from foreign countries coming through, representing a drop of $4 billion of tourism revenue. We have to do what we have to do to make up for that. Politics aside, there's going to be most likely an incoming mayor who's going to, through policies of freezing rent, stabilized rents, cause a disinvestment in affordable housing. You know, it's no longer an attractive place to put money into. Developers are looking the other way. Lenders are looking the other way. I think I'm very proud to see Silverstein put down a proposal that's going to create a lot of new affordable units, well built in an area with a lot of disintegrating infrastructure. My background is engineering architecture, and I work now at the intersection of engineering and real estate. I've noticed that it's an all-electric building. That's what we're doing here in New York. The future is decarbonization, electrification of buildings, and that's precisely what they put on the table as a proposal. So yes, I stand firmly in favor of it. I don't like casinos. I don't know how to gamble. I don't know how to play poker. I can count to 21. I've never played blackjack. I've been to Atlantic City once. I call it Detroit by the sea. I don't like it because, you know, I don't like what it typically does, what the reputation is. Someone here called it Las Vegas, but mixed use is really, oh, I'm sorry. Okay.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Okay. Bye-bye.
Hi, this is Venkat from zip code 10036. I'm a recent graduate with a master's degree from NYU, and I strongly support the Avenir project. New York needs more jobs, and this project will bring over 5,000 permanent jobs, plus thousands more during the construction. For graduates like myself and so many others entering the workforce, that's exactly what the kind of opportunity that we need. So when I was living in India, even after many years after 9/11, many people believed that New York growth is over, that no one would return, the business would flee, and that the heart of the city has been permanently broken. But then came the legendary man, Mr. Larry Silverstein and his team. Against the odds, Silverstein Properties rebuilt the World Trade Center, not just restoring buildings, but also restoring faith in the city itself. Today, the site is a home to major global companies, thousands of employees, and millions of visitors. Downtown Manhattan is once again thriving, a living testimony, resilience to, and responsibility. This history is exactly why I believe Silverstein Properties is uniquely qualified to lead this project. They have already proven that they can take on the hardest challenge and succeed in the most responsible way that anyone can do. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Elisa Orlansky. I live in 10025. I'm an architect, an urban planner, a contractor, and a proud public school mother. And I'm a supporter of Avenir. My first job in New York City was on 9/11 in this neighborhood. Oh, sorry. I worked in and around Hell's Kitchen for over 35 years. I walked to my office at 5:30 in the morning and stayed late into the night. I know how disconnected, dark, and frankly unsafe this part of the city can feel. As a mom, I see Avenir as exactly the kind of development that this neighborhood needs. It brings light, safety, energy to a site that's been underutilized for far too long. Avenir creates a sense of place and something families and children in this area so deserve. As an architect and as a planner, I see a smart mixed-use project that activates a streetscape with restaurants, cultural spaces, and public amenities, making this area feel alive, connected, and welcoming. It is a thoughtful design that supports Javits Center, strengthening our local economy, and introduces diversified revenue through the casino without relying solely on residential taxes. I believe this is the right place for a casino and in the heart of the city, and it's not just about entertaining, it's about unlocking millions in infrastructure, union jobs, and long overdue public investment. It finally connects Hell's Kitchen to the rest of the city and improves accessibility, safety for everyone who lives, works, and visits here. As a New Yorker, I believe that this is the development team to carry this out. This is the same team that helped us rebuild our beloved city after 9/11. Their work reshaped Manhattan and the care and integrity that they'll apply here. And I believe the beautiful work by the architects, Setra Reddy, their commitment to New York City and an ability to deliver something that reflects the best of who we are. To Avenir is a win for Hell's Kitchen, and it's a win for New York City.
Thank you.
Number 54. Is there number 54 on the line? Okay.
Good evening. My name is Randolph Faust. I'm a 20-year Chelsea resident, and I have witnessed firsthand how transformative development can revitalize our neighborhoods. I worked at One Liberty Plaza. I watched Silverstein rebuild the World Trade Center with an unwavering commitment to community and quality. And these days, I walk on the High Line to my office at the Farley Building, and I witness how visionary projects can transform entire districts despite initial skepticism from those who couldn't see the potential. As a father raising triplet daughters and sending them to school in the city, I understand what makes neighborhoods thrive. I've seen how thoughtful legislation can bring lasting community benefits, like the Hudson River Park Act that transformed 5 miles of crumbling waterfront into the beloved park we walk today, or the strategic expansion of the Javits Convention Center. I think Councilmember Botcher said it best. Any successful casino application needs genuine community support. The Avenir has earned that support because it follows this proven model: large-scale development with permanent community benefits. Times Square, by contrast, is a tourist destination with visitors, not a community to support anything at all. Just as the Hudson River Park faced skeptics who couldn't see the vision, Avenir represents the same thoughtful approach to development that creates lasting community assets. This is genuine community support for the right project. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Irene. I live in Manhattan Plaza, and I want you to know that I have voted in every election at Manhattan Plaza since 1986. We all vote in Manhattan Plaza. We don't need construction jobs in this neighborhood. The Port Authority is about to embark on a 12-year construction project right next to this proposed one. We don't need more construction here. And we really don't need more traffic here. This is the theater district. Please do not make it the casino district.
Hello, my name is Tanaz Daisadegi. The zip code is 10036, and I work for global immigration. I support this project because it creates job opportunities, enhances security, and adds vibrancy to the neighborhood. While some people are concerned about congestion, I've been living in Silver Towers for 6 years and walk daily to the subway when my commute is long. From my perspective, congestion is already part of the area and would not significantly change. But improved security would make a meaningful difference to the neighborhood. In addition, Silver Towers has been very supportive to people during COVID, as I moved here during COVID, and this project comes from the same mindset. Thank you so much.
Hi, my name is Andrew Kramer. I'm a IBEW Local 3 electrician with Atlas Econ Electric. Here in support of the Avenir project because I'll support any project that creates good union construction jobs as well as permanent union jobs for thousands of people as stated. And also, as others have stated, if you've seen what Silverstein has done downtown, it's been an incredible transformation that many people, including myself, never thought they'd see the day of towers going back up after 9/11. So I think you'd be in good hands with Silverstein, and I support this project. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Shira Averbach. I'm an actor, Actors Equity actor, and musical theater composer. I live in 10036 in Manhattan Plaza with my husband Carlos, and in 2 months, my son. So I'm a little concerned about the security aspect of bringing in a casino into this neighborhood, which I am not ashamed of wanting to raise kids in, because it is the theater district, and I'm a theater person. And Manhattan Plaza was part of the change that made this neighborhood possible to be a place where you can raise children. When I raised these concerns to the Silverstein Group, the answers were not sufficient. They explained how they're going to protect their properties with a precinct in their property, around their property, which makes us even more vulnerable. So I ask of you to consider the people and not just the money. And side note, theater brings in billions of dollars to the city in revenue and in taxes. So don't discount it as just a passion project. Thank you.
All right, can we get 61 through 70 to the microphone, please? 61 through 70.
Good afternoon. I am Santos Rodriguez, Chief of Staff of the Building and Construction Trades Council of Greater New York and vicinity, testifying on behalf of Gaila Barber, President of the New York State Building Trades Council and the Building and Construction Trades Council of Greater New York and vicinity. Thank you for the opportunity to submit testimony in support of the development of casinos in New York State and the city of New York, including the borough of Manhattan. The Building and Construction Trades Council is an organization of local building and construction trades unions that are affiliated with 15 international unions in the North American building trade unions. Our local union affiliates represent approximately 100,000 construction workers. The building trades mission is to raise the standards of living for all our workers, to advocate for safe conditions, and to collectively advance workers' conditions for our affiliated members, as well as all workers in New York City. The development of the gaming facility would bring enormous economic benefits to the city of New York. Numerous construction and permanent jobs would be created for the construction and operations of such facility. We expect that the entities bidding on a gaming license would commit to developing their operations facilitated under a project labor agreement for construction and commit to labor peace agreements for their operations. These commitments help ensure that jobs created will provide workers with good wages, medical retirement benefits, and help provide careers that would allow all workers and their families to live here in our cities. Additionally, creating these jobs will have multiplier effects throughout the local economy. Mr. Silverstein's Avenir project is one example of the casino's development in New York City that will ensure New Yorkers have access to permanent, professional, trained, good-paying jobs and strengthen the city-state's economics.
Thank you, sir. You're at
Thank
time.
you.
Thank you for allowing me to speak today. My name is Liz Keefe.
I'm a resident of Manhattan Plaza, and I have been living in the 10036 zip code for 37 years. I've been a witness to many changes, most of them making the neighborhood a better and safer place to live, and Manhattan Plaza had a lot to do with that. What once began as a building that had to beg people to live in it now has a waiting list. And I would like to point out that a majority of the 2,644 people in Manhattan Plaza are age 62 and over. That is, Manhattan Plaza is approximately 60% seniors. For older adults on fixed incomes, they are typically targeted with marketing of free play vouchers, which are timed to their benefit checks. And this is a real concern. A recent AARP survey shows that problem gambling affects up to 10% of adults over the age of 60, and proximity makes it worse. And regarding the senior tenant body of Manhattan Plaza, I would hazard a guess that most are not looking for work, are unable to work, and won't be seeking a job in a casino. Broadway and Times Square together create more than 90,000 jobs. So this area is doing just fine. I'd like to mention that I also am a former Local 6 member. I worked for the Hyatt Hotel for 33 years. I am very pro-union. I just think that any of the casinos built anywhere in the New York City area will create union jobs. We don't need it here. Give it to a neighborhood that actually needs an economic boost. What I and others are chiefly concerned with is our quality of life, meaning we want less congestion, less noise, buses that run smoothly, and the ability to walk on the sidewalk without it being mobbed by tourists. Finally, I've got 3 seconds. Finally, I think our elected officials should think very hard about this very large voting constituency.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Hey, good afternoon. My name is Christian Peña. I'm on the 10010 area, and I'm here today in support of the Avenir project. Beyond creating jobs, this will modernize infrastructure and transform underutilized blocks into a vibrant destination. I'm especially encouraged by the developers' pledge to support local theaters, galleries, and performance spaces. Investments that will preserve New York City's cultural reputation while enriching the quality of life of everyone in our community. Also, their partnership with Rethink Food not only provides meals to those in need, but uplifts restaurants and food workers across the city. By prioritizing partnership with nonprofits, the developers are showing the value social impact as much as economic growth, something that this neighborhood needs. Thank you.
My name is Melinda Tanner, and I oppose the Avenir Casino proposal. I have lived in Manhattan Plaza in this Hell's Kitchen zip code of 10036 for over 48 years. I've witnessed 10th and 11th Avenue go from no man's land after dark to being regentrified, to beginning to do that with a number of residential towers and restaurants and businesses to serve us, and it continues. The people who live here helped with that. Many at Manhattan Plaza have aged up, as has been said. Now over 60% officially are over 62, and we have been designated a NORC, a naturally occurring retirement community. Now I know you know this, but the traffic talk today is real, and in spite of congestion pricing, it's scary congested today before a hammer is dropped. And every weekday, I watch from my window at a gridlock of cars totally surrounding the proposed Avenir site like a tight belt. Cars creeping along from 3 different directions trying to get into the tunnel. I see and have heard ambulances and police cars sometimes having to use the green bike lanes because things are moving so slowly, if at all, to get to someone in need. So that backs up the M11, the M42, and other transport services who are late for pickups and drop-offs. Do you know what else I see? I see this Avenir proposal site surrounded with high-rise apartment buildings on 3 sides, including multiple towers owned by Silverstein Properties, and more towers peering through them. This is a residential neighborhood. And in the case of Manhattan Plaza, it is also thriving, informed, and a voting retirement community. This is a horrible idea for today's Hell's Kitchen. We need people who actually live here, not a grab and go operation. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Rebecca Shalamoff. I've lived in the 10019 zip code since 1996. I'm in support of the Avenir project. I think that it will bring much more than, it is much more than a casino. It's going to bring a lot to the community. It's our best chance to bring a subway station to the neighborhood. And this site is just screaming out for some vitality and excitement, which is why I've lived in New York City for so long. So I really support this project, and I hope you will vote yes. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everybody. My name is Tomas Gonzalez, and I work on the 10036 area. I'm here today to express my strong support for the Avenir Hotel and Casino project on 41st Street. I support this project for several reasons, but I'm going to give you one. First, I truly believe that it will create many jobs for many people. Right now, countless families are struggling to make ends meet, especially with the rising cost of living and inflation. This project offers real opportunities for employment and financial stability for people in our community. And that's something that I'm genuinely excited about. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Tal Heinrich, and I live around this area, zip code 136. And I've been living in this area for more than 7 years now, and I wholeheartedly support the Avenir project. First and foremost, because I want to see more security in this area and more life in this area. I think the Hudson Yards did wonders to a neighborhood that was boring, if not half dead, unpleasant to walk around, unsafe, and I'm certain that the Avenir will do even more to develop this area, turn it into a more lively, attractive location, and of course, secure. I've seen up close how well Silverstein runs their own property, how much they care about their residents, and I'm sure that they'll do a phenomenal job here. And also to all concerned people around here, know that they're super attentive. As a resident, I say that. Their door is always open, so even once this project is up and running, your voice will matter and they will listen to you. Don't be afraid of a change. Maybe this area is doing just fine, as someone before me said, but for what I pay around here to live in New York City, I don't want fine, I want great.
Hi, I'm Elena Brunn. I live in 136. I live in Manhattan Plaza, overlooking 42nd and 10th. I was about to tear this up because I realized I'm not otherwise qualified to speak. You see, I'm old. I'm old, and I care about crossing the street safely. But I will tell you that like a natural disaster, a casino, not the building, not the hotel, a casino in the Avenir would blight much of Hell's Kitchen. But unlike such disasters, this destruction can be stopped before it begins. A casino would increase crime, from quality of life offenses to acts of violence. To think otherwise is naive, and it will be beyond the tight perimeter of private guards. A casino would increase the crawling traffic that even now prevents emergency vehicles from swiftly reaching people in danger. Now, because I'm old, I'm going to tell you a little story. 2 weeks ago, I had to call 911 for an ambulance, and it took what could have been a fatal amount of time to get to my home. Luckily, I'm fine. I'm about to turn 80 and have lived here for 30 years and voted in every election, including most primaries. I don't think I can vote for anyone who votes for the Avenir. I'll leave you with one thought. Real people live here. We deserve a livable neighborhood.
My name is Ebony Mackey, and I live on Silverstein Properties, 10036. I just want to say that this is not Oklahoma. This is New York City. It's going to be highly trafficked at all times. I've heard arguments that casinos are predatory, preying on vulnerable people, and ruin the value of the neighborhoods. Well, this is what the neighborhood looks like right now. It's vacant. It's full of encampments, and you're telling me that you would rather this than a hotel that brings in revenue and tourism. What they continue to fail to say is that the Avenir is proposing 12% of the entire project to be a casino. Let's not be overcome with emotion and dramatics from the people from the theater district as well as Manhattan Plaza. People from Manhattan Plaza are complaining that it's already congested and ambulances cannot get through, but they want affordable housing built, which literally brings more permanent residencies. So that's a contradiction. They do not want a mixed-use facility, more revenue into the city, or businesses thriving. They also do not want union jobs. As you just heard someone say before, that they quite literally don't want tourism, which drives New York City. Newsflash, people do not just go to shows and go home. They usually are visiting. They go to bars. They go to restaurants before and after the show. I have to say that the Avenir will be a beautiful addition to the neighborhood. People who have been living here since 1970 and oppose anything that has to do with innovation because they want to continue living their cushy lives on Section 8, well, things do not always remain the same. Things grow and they become better. Thank you so much, and I hope that you do the right thing and bring innovation and business into the area.
Hi, I'm Lisa. I've been a resident of 10036 for over 10 years, and I am in favor of the Avenir project. I think it would bring life to the neighborhood and definitely enhance the community overall. Thank you.
Can we get numbers 61 through 70, please? Or 71 through 80, sorry. '71 through 80, please. Line up in the microphone. Thank you.
Good evening. My name's Kevin. I've worked the last 16 years in zip code 10036. I am here tonight in full support of the Avenir project. Thank you for your time. Have a good evening. Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Oscar Manzano. I work in 10036 area. I want to take a moment to share my support for a vision that's been discussed for the neighborhood. The idea of bringing a hotel casino called Avenir to the Hell's Kitchen, as someone who works in closely with residents and sees the day-to-day life of this community, is generally believed to be thoughtfully developed project like this will bring real benefits. It will mean union jobs, stable, well-paying opportunities that support working families, and it could help attract more restaurants, shops, entertainment opportunities, which are things I think many of us will welcome in the area. Thank you very much.
Hi, my name is Jacqueline Lowry. My zip code is 10036 for real. And I am a proud resident of Manhattan Plaza since 1977. I was one of the first people to move in. And if you think this ain't Oklahoma now, it wasn't even West Side Story then. It was barren, except for the Westies, a gang that was there. And there was also hookers walking up and down the street, both male and female hookers. But you move actors in, we stick to it, we gentrify, and now it is what you see today, a plum that Silverstein has plucked twice with residential buildings on 42nd Street, which is great. They're residential.
Now they want to cross the line and build a casino. I say, by all means, build a hotel, build the Avenir minus 12%. Build the other 88%, or better yet, build a hospital, which is desperately needed on the west side. All you Silverstein residents on 42nd Street, have you been to the Mount Sinai West emergency room ever? It's scary. So I have cause to go to a doctor once a week over at New York Presbyterian, and my doctor's daughter just got into Beacon High School, 4 short blocks from here, a 15-year-old, and she has a 14-year-old brother. And she was asking me about the neighborhood. She said, "It seems like a great neighborhood. It seems safe." I said, "It is. Let's just hope they don't build that casino." And yes, we vote in Manhattan Plaza. We hope our representatives take our word for it. We want this to stay a great neighborhood, and we want something built in that hole in the ground. A hotel
Thank you
would
for your
benefit
time.
the Jacob Javits.
Thank you.
Good evening. I'm here on behalf today of SEIU Local 32BJ to speak in support of the proposed casino project. 32BJ is the largest property service union in the nation, representing 175,000 members across 11 states and Washington, D.C. The 88,000 members of our New York City Property Services Division are the backbone of the city's commercial and residential buildings, stadiums, and airports, and more. 32BJ currently represents hundreds of commercial cleaners, security guards, and residential workers at the properties owned by the applicant, Silverstein Properties, and have found them to be a responsible employer. Furthermore, we are confident that this project will significantly benefit our city's economy by generating employment opportunities, invigorating local businesses, and fostering community growth. And we hope that we will review it favorably. Thank you.
Good day, my name is Jennifer. I'm a lifelong New Yorker, urban planner, and resident of 10036. I'm opposed to this and to any casino for Manhattan. I listened to the Avenir presentations at this and the last hearing, the bizarre testimonies of Silverstein residents and fans of the apparent need for luxury tourism, and the glowing reminders of the Silverstein's World Trade Development, which were built on, well, a gravesite. And I was almost fooled until I passed the Avenir showroom that took the space of the old Oslo coffee shop at Silver Towers. How can this organization claim to be for community and for the people? Did the committee know that the Silverstein ended the lease at Oslo with the pretense of needing to open a wine bar right away? That the beloved manager and his staff are now left unemployed, and this is a fact, not conjecture. And for what? For themselves, not the community. As I testified at the Times Square hearing, there are 2 truths I know. One, with a casino, the house always wins. They take money that could be spent and invested elsewhere and funnel it to themselves. And 2, developers will say anything to convince you their projects are for your good. The ground floor art space, the Silversteins could choose to support local small business like Oslo and also have an art space, but that would not drive business to the casino. Lastly, regarding the preposterous claim that if we build the Avenir, the MTA will come, we all know that's not how it works. But I have an idea. Maybe the Avenir could directly fund a new subway stop here and commit to it upon opening. And maybe they can pledge to Hell's Kitchen a percentage of those 5,000 jobs. Maybe then they could begin to offset the blight and congestion a casino will bring to our home. Or maybe we can, as someone said, get this development without the casino and address some of these issues. So committee, I implore you to demand more of these developers if you're going to consider their bid, which I hope you don't. Because right now they are offering in reality nothing, and we stand to lose so much. Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Oscar Gomez. I lead the trucking and logistics team at Rethink Food, an organization that for over 8 years has been helping feed communities across New York City, delivering more than 33 million meals to people in need. I am in support of the Avenir project, which is unique because it places sustainability at its core. The project has committed to providing space for Rethink kitchen operations and ensuring that any excess food from the property is redirected rather than wasted. Rethink will then transform this food into nutritious meals that will be distributed for free throughout our neighbors. With the support of the Avenir project and its promoters, Rethink can multiply its positive impact, not only in the surrounded community, but across all of New York City. While having a casino as a neighbor might raise concerns for some residents, it is important to focus on the majority of positive impacts: increased tax revenue for the city, creation of good quality jobs, and additional food donations for communities. I also have full confidence in New York's regulatory framework. It will ensure the integrity of the project and helps mitigate potential downsides. The Avenir project represents an opportunity to combine economic development, sustainability, and community support. Thank you.
Hi, everybody. My name is Luigi Scorsia. This is the sounds of Hell's Kitchen. I am a proud resident of Manhattan Plaza and waited 17 years to get in. And I'm a 911 first responder, beaten cancer twice. Let me make it clear. I'm not against progress. I'm not against the casinos, but I am against this location. In real estate, location is everything. This one is absolutely wrong. The proposed site is right by the Lincoln Tunnel. The traffic going in and going out on 10th and 11th Avenue is is a nightmare, and it's horrendous. Now, imagine adding traffic, casino traffic to that. You are blocking a church. Placing a casino in front of a church is sacrilegious. But most important, this is about safety. Even now, without the construction, ambulance, fire trucks, and police struggle to get through. The sound that you're hearing is the sound of a siren, an ambulance trying to save a life. If this casino goes up, there will be blood on your hands when emergency vehicles cannot get through. In Manhattan Plaza, there are 1,600 senior citizens, and they all vote. I am one of them. I even have a band called Senioritis. We try to put some joy into aging. I wrote a song called I Want to Be on the Cover of AARP. But if this casino goes up, many of us seniors may not make it to enjoy our golden years. If my neighbor has a heart attack, the ambulance cannot reach them in time. That's on you. I am pleading with you. Do not let this happen. Do not have blood on your hands. Have a conscience. Choose another location. This isn't just about this planning is reckless, because I've been to the neighborhood. I grew up here. And please, have a casino. Have it somewhere else. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Brian Packin. I have a few businesses here in Midtown and have been following this progress of the casinos in Manhattan. And as a business owner and someone who's lived in Manhattan for nearly 20 years, I do support the Avenir. I find it will bring great jobs. It'll bring commerce. It will also bring a community that I believe people are not seeing right now. I understand the casino is a very tough subject to broach, but if it happens, I believe the Silverstein properties are the ones to do it and do it right, and they will do what they say they are going to do, and it will bring a lot of value, not only to the neighborhood, but to the city of New York. Thank you.
My name is Sally Taylor. I live in 10036. I'm opposed to this. This is very nerve-wracking. I have lived in this neighborhood for 42 years, my entire life. I was born and raised in Manhattan Plaza, and now I live in the middle-income inclusionary housing building that is technically part of Silver Towers, but was actually built as a now illegal pour door by Silverstein. Silverstein is very good at PR. They are good at sales. They are good at convincing people through payments and promises to support whatever they want to do with all the billions of dollars behind them. However, I do not feel unsafe here. I do not consider the area to be derelict, as others have said. Encampments, what are you talking about? And there are already plenty of tourists here. I am trying to raise a family here. And a casino and hotel is the opposite of what we need. We need schools, green spaces, supermarkets, and more affordable housing. We need places where my 3-year-old can live, play, and thrive. Not an art gallery where we can hang out, not a food court with local restaurants when these restaurants are already here, not just 100 affordable units in indeterminate locations off-site, and certainly not a casino environment that displays gambling and addiction to my child, not to mention the traffic, the criminal element that is often connected to casinos, nor do we need a hotel to bring even more interlopers who do not care about what I consider to be my home. There are many ways to bring security to this neighborhood, to make the streets safer and to create jobs, despite what many people who are speaking here today, who are connected directly to Silverstein properties say. A casino and hotel is not the only way and does not safeguard the heart and soul of Hell's Kitchen. This site has been a pit for so long because Silverstein has waited for the political wind to be in his favor, not for any other reason. And you might consider this to be an emotional argument, but when people actually live in a place, it is emotional.
Thank you.
Hello, my name is Zihan Wazed. I'm here today to speak in support of the Avenir project. I believe there's a need for establishments dedicated to the arts and entertainment for New Yorkers and tourists alike. I have great pride in being a native New Yorker. However, having visited modern cities outside of the US and often coming across lists of supposedly exciting cities and attractions to visit, it disheartens me to see New York City falls flat and is often regarded as archaic. Having gone to high school by what was at the time ground zero to now working in FIDI, I've personally witnessed Silverstein putting the new in New York, but in a manner of great consideration to the community and in means that are actually culturally responsible. As a working artist, I would feel reassured to see Silverstein have the opportunity to build the Avenir, the process in which it would create countless jobs in a myriad of sectors. But perhaps more importantly, this project would contribute to the dire need for affordable housing. Every bit helps. What we don't need is a truck depot in place of a rejected development proposal, if you recall what happened in Harlem. Don't let perfect be the progress of enemy. Thank you for all your time.
Thank you. Can we get numbers 81 through 85 to the microphone, please? Just for everyone to be aware, we're going to take a 15-minute break at 6 p.m. as well. So 15 minutes at 6 p.m. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Mike Marcucci. I just celebrated 45 years in New York City, and I'm here to support the project. I really believe that this will bring life to an empty lot. I mean, I'm listening to all sides today, and I respect, everyone's opinion, but the way I see it is we have a small lot, relatively small. It's not the entire neighborhood that needs something beautiful. And I think that this project is beautiful, and I think it'll be a really good thing. It'll bring a lot of permanent jobs. It'll bring a good energy through its arts and services. And I'm hearing that the number 7 train has a shot now of expanding if there's a popularity that this site will bring. So all those things considered, I'm fully supportive of this project. Thank you.
Hi, my name's, whoa. Hello. My name's Dan. I've lived in the neighborhood 10036 for 8 years. I did a deep dive on the internet looking up to see, do casinos ever improve the communities they're in? And I saw different answers. I saw a lot of positive from the casinos, people connected to the casinos, the developers, and people connected to the developers. But almost always, the residents of that community suffer. So I did what anyone would do. I decided to make it even easier. I went to ChatGPT and I said, do casinos ever improve a community? And they said, yes. When the casinos are community owned and the profits go directly back into that community, like tribes, like tribal communities on indigenous land. Then it said, when the casinos are privately owned and tourist driven, they do not help the communities. Because casinos bring traffic, noise and crime. And for everyone who's talking about security, please. And people who are talking, oh, it's 12%, oh, it's a multi-purpose development. If there was no casino in this development, it would not happen. And once it goes up, the casino is going to be the focus. Keep that in mind. Let's not kid ourselves. Thank you.
Hi, I'm Mimi Sherwin, 10036 Manhattan Plaza. Since I spoke about my personal concerns at our last gathering on August 27th, I will not repeat that here, but I'd like to address a different issue that I find concerning that's only been touched upon. On 41st Street and 10th Avenue, just a few short steps away from the proposed casino, there is a wonderful program administered by Covenant House. To quote their website, its goal is to provide safe housing and holistic care to youth ages 16 to 21, experiencing homelessness and survivors of human trafficking. It is a wonderful program, and the Silversteins, yes, have generously been supportive of it. Consequently, it is understandable that Covenant House staff are supportive of them in return. But I can't believe that having a casino a few steps from a place housing young, homeless, confused, frightened adolescents is very healthy or in the youngsters' best interest. Add to this that two schools filled with children already in this area, as well as the thousands of local residents in this area, many with children whose lives will be permanently upended with this casino. This is not the proper place for a casino. Build homes there. There are plenty of things you can build there, but not a casino. There are other areas more suitable. Those anticipated jobs everyone talks about and tax revenue will still come to New York if you have it at a different address. It has nothing to do with that. Please do not license away our lives. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Martin. I'm in the Silver Towers. I've been there for 14 years. And I can tell you that the traffic going, that this is going to create, the traffic jams is going to be incredible, and there's nothing you can do about it. I've been in the construction business my whole life. I was involved with the East Side Access. I know what it is. I've heard people talk about a subway. You're not getting a subway. It costs $1 million a foot, just the core. You know, they tried to do it by the hotel. They aborted the mission because of the money. You're not getting another subway. That'll be very difficult. I can't even get down 42nd Street. If I'm going north on the West Side Highway to make that right turn, they stop you. Traffic is incredible. From 42nd Street to 57th Street, the horns are honking constantly. You can't get in there till about 8:30 at night on any specific night. The traffic is incredible. There's nothing you can do to fix that. Nothing. As far as security goes, you're not going to get Navy SEALs in here to watch the area. Okay, let's be honest. Come on. The place is going to be a hellhole. Name one area, name one casino that has a good area around it. Atlantic City is dead. You can't walk the streets in Atlantic City. The Hard Rock in Florida is only decent because it's owned by, you know, the tribal people that supply their own sanitation and security. Okay, Vegas. That's why they connect the casino so you don't walk outside. I mean, there's nothing you can do about this to make it a good situation. The crime will be elevated and everything's going to be miserable. Like I said, you can't drive your car. I can't get down. I have to go down 41st Street, cut through River Place to get to the Silver Tower sometimes. You can't get through. It's as simple as that. There's nothing else to say. And one more thing. Anybody that really works for the Silver Towers should say that before they get up here. That's not right. And they're nice people.
Thank you, sir. Time is up. Thank you. Your time is up. Thank you.
Thank you. Hi, my name is Jolie of zip code 10036, and I'm in support of the Avenir project. As someone who grew up in the area, I always noticed a sense of disconnect between this neighborhood and the rest of the city. The streets are empty at night. The nearest subway stop is a 15-minute walk away, and most of the restaurants are several avenues away. This disconnect emphasizes all the dangerous parts of living in a city, which makes me feel unsafe walking alone at night without any of the benefits like the convenience and culture of city living. This area is desolate and in need of a burst of life. This project is perfect for this neighborhood, and this neighborhood is perfect for this project. The area is off the West Side Highway near the hubs of Port Authority and Penn Station and not already extraordinarily congested like Times Square. This project is the best thing that could happen to this area. We need more people, more security, and more options. Thank you.
Thank you. At this time, we're going to take a 15-minute break and we'll come back and start with the next speakers. Thank you. the evening around here. They're feisty in the evening around here. All right. Are you guys? You good? All right. All right. If I can call numbers 86 through 95 to the microphone, please. 86 through 95 to the microphone. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Jose Hinojosa, and I'm here to urge you to support the Avenir proposal. As a member of the Hotel and Gaming Traders Council, I can tell you firsthand that my union contract was a getaway to a better life for me and my family. A good job can help someone go from barely getting by, truly thriving. And with everything going on in the country right now, working families need that stability. This project will create thousands of jobs that offer working families a real chance to succeed. There are more than just jobs, though. The Avenir will invest 160 million in community programs in its first 8 years and create more affordable housing to make it easier and safer to live and work here. Please support the Avenir proposal and give hardworking New Yorkers the opportunities they deserve. Thank you.
Hello, I'm Camille Maravegas. I live at the Manhattan Plaza, 10036. I've seen Atlantic City and what the casinos did to that city. It slums all around it. I don't think we need that in our neighborhood. The Javits Center might need a hotel. It sounded very logical, but they don't need a casino. Casinos tend to hold their customers within the hotel. It doesn't help anybody on the outside of the hotel, including the local businesses. So I don't know why everybody is saying how much it's going to help the neighborhood. It's going to contain all those people within the hotel. I would love to see the Avenir Hotel here, but not with a casino. Let them be more creative. We need a cultural center or a family-oriented activity in the hotel. That would be wonderful. It would help us. But right now, a casino produces crime, it produces congestion, as everyone has said. And there's one other thing that keeps floating around in the back of my head. Whatever happened to those OTB offices? We used to bet in those too, and they disappeared. Gambling is not good for anyone. It causes addictions and it's habit forming. Why are we creating a place for people to go and cultivate or encourage that addiction? I'm against casinos.
I am a resident of Manhattan Plaza Apartments and would consider myself to be a well-informed citizen who votes in most elections. And I just want to share my life experience with casinos. Many years ago, with the advent of the legalization of casino gambling in Atlantic City, New Jersey, I believe the narrative that there would be more prosperity and a better quality of life. So much so that I actually bought a residential property there before the first casino opened, the intent to permanently live there. There were many promises made that the pre-existing small businesses and residents would prosper once the casinos began operating. However, this did not happen. Only the casinos prospered. The rest of the city declined. My residential property was an older triplex building with rooms just one short block away from the beachfront casino. And I lived there and operated the same for the next 10 years. So I had a bird's eye view of what really transpired and learned that all casinos practice predatory marketing, whether they are legal or illegal, because it's the nature of this decadent industry. They had their own restaurants, gift and novelty and souvenir shops within their building, and they used discount-like coupons to keep the patrons pretty much locked in their premises all the time. Also, street crime outside increased dramatically, and they were afraid to patronize existing small businesses adjacent to it. I saw them fail one after another. Also, I would walk through the lobby.
Thank you, sir. Sorry, you're at time.
I'm 89. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. I'm all excited to hear something very, rejuvenating after the death toll of COVID-19. I'm Emily Yuxing Miller. My zip code is 10018. And I have a lot of, I have friends, community friends, and relatives in Manhattan Plaza. Anyway, I think casino promises a lot of things. First, quality service, almost like a former dispatched aide to five-star hotel that I was. So I know there are, it would upgrade the service quality for our employees. And not to say it promises 5,000 workers, union workers, to have stable jobs. But, and I just come here very excited, but unprepared. I just learned about it shortly. I just discovered email and then plus my friends. I think it promises a lot of good things. However, when it is in Midtown Manhattan, I was also a community leader. A lot of my programs stretched out to all 5 boroughs. And I'm also a wife, mother of 2 children, and was also a former college teacher. So I know it's a very paradoxical project. It's exciting.
Thank you for your time.
I would like to let Avani project member know.
Thank you for your time.
They could convince me that.
Thank you, ma'am. Can you let the next speaker speak, please? Thank you. Thank you.
I would be for it.
Hi, my name is James Jorash. I'm from 10016. I have some experience in casinos working at the Tropicana, doing financial planning and analysis many, many years ago. I'm familiar with casino economics. I've done a tremendous amount of research about all of the proposals, especially the Manhattan ones. And I have kind of the same issue with almost all of them, which is, I mean, the benefits are good. There's a lot that these casinos can do for their communities that's effective, providing jobs and the benefits and the taxes to the city. I think the problem comes in when you look at where that money is coming from. And it looks, if you look at other jurisdictions, it's typically about 80% of the revenue is coming relatively local. And that means the 5 boroughs are going to be representing a whole lot of the money that comes into the casino that then gets handed out in benefits. And I think that we're spending sort of, you're taking money in, the casino's taking a portion of that, city gets some, but I think net, the city doesn't benefit as much as it could. I think there are better uses. But having said that, I will say that I've been at all three of the Manhattan casino proposals. I've taken detailed notes. I was there for hours and hours and hours, and I talked to all kinds of people. And there's one thing that came through loud and clear, and that was about culture. And I've worked with big companies. I've worked with Fortune 500 companies on corporate culture. The difference between the Avenir program and Caesars and Freedom Plaza was stark. The people that I talked to didn't want to talk to me. At both those projects, it was very contentious. The room was contentious. Here, when I was here last time, I spent a lot of time talking to people. They were all friendly, all passionate about Silverstein. I went to the pop-up. I went to the location. I heard all about the building being wrapped. Every single person that I encountered was friendly, smiling, wanted to talk to me about the project. And that says something about the culture from the top down. And I have no connection with them. From the top down, I am feeling that positive culture here. And if you're going to go with a casino, I think this might be a smart play. Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Marisa Redanti, and I live in the cushy Manhattan Plaza complex, 10036. I stand in opposition to the Avenir proposal, and my concerns are rooted in real community impact and lived experience in Hell's Kitchen. First, the traffic issue is being, in my estimation, ignored. There's no meaningful mitigation plan for the inevitable influx of vehicles coming and going from the proposed site on West 42nd, West 43rd, and West 44th Streets in particular. Secondly, the so-called community benefits are deeply, deeply lacking. The commitment to 2,000 units of, quote, housing with only a small fraction deemed affordable is not progress. It is not a benefit. It's actually an insult to a neighborhood that knows better. We're savvy. We know this stuff. That ain't no big deal. We need affordability, obviously, and sustainable and benefits, and not just token gestures. We see right through it. And finally, I have to say, I question the credibility of the claims of community loyalty from Mr. Silverstein, because during COVID, when mismanaged hotels turned shelters caused serious safety, quality of life issues for both Manhattan Plaza and Silverstein property on the same block of 42nd Street, no meaningful support was offered. I, with my friend Holly, who lived in the LTR, did more than Mr. Silverstein did. He could have helped, he could have stepped up, but he did not. If there's no commitment in our most difficult moment, why should we trust that it exists now? I frankly don't. Now, in conclusion, this project promises, but it has more problems than solutions, and without a serious traffic plan, genuine affordable housing, and proven community partnership, the Avenir should not go forward. I think a hotel would be a good idea. I think that it's needed. And I'm going back to my cushy apartment in Manhattan Plaza now.
Thank you. Good evening. My name is Maya Jasinska, and I am the Director of Policy and Research at WIN. WIN is the largest provider of shelter and supportive housing for families experiencing homelessness in New York City, and we're proud to operate 16 shelters across the city, including one facility here in 10019 on the west side of Manhattan. Last year alone, we served nearly 12,400 people and helped almost 1,000 families move into homes of their own. And it's from this perspective, supporting families at the intersection of housing insecurity, workforce challenges, and economic uncertainty, that I speak in strong support of the Avenir development. This project is expected to create 5,000 new union jobs, paying an average of $52 an hour. These are stable careers, from security and hospitality to management and accounting, that can permanently lift families out of poverty. At WIN, we know that good jobs are the cornerstone of family stability, and we are eager to partner with Avenir so that the families we serve can access these opportunities. The Avenir will also generate $586 million in tax revenue in its first year, rising to $700 million by year 10. At a time when the federal government is proposing deep cuts to rental assistance and housing programs, this new revenue is not just welcome, it is essential. Finally, the current labor market context makes this opportunity for new jobs especially urgent. The Times reported that in the first half of this year, the city added fewer than 1,000 private sector jobs, the slowest growth outside a recession since 2003. If we ever want to break the cycle of family homelessness, we need projects that create good jobs and provide steady tax revenue. The Avenir is more than a development. It is a lifeline for families, a stabilizer for the city budget, and a catalyst for renewal. On behalf of WIN and the families we serve, I respectfully urge you to support this proposal. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Ryan Brodsky, and I live at 55510 in the zip code 10018. The mirrored tower right next to the proposed casino property that was hit by the falling crane 2 years ago. I also run Astro's Community Dog Run on 10th Avenue, whose original space is about to become but a memory and built over by the monstrosity that is the new Port Authority bus terminal. I would love development of this lot, but strongly oppose the Avenir Casino. The former project proposal for this site, also designed by Setra Ruddy, which Silverstein failed to make any progress on, included an entire tower of housing. We need housing, and to remove a housing component and instead develop a casino is not what the neighborhood or city needs. The Caesars proposal in Times Square is the only proposal that does not substitute a casino in lieu of housing. Additionally, the traffic issues of a car service casino with no parking in combination with Lincoln Tunnel traffic and the relocation of the Port Authority bus terminal to 10th Avenue and 40th Street for 6 years, while the new bus terminal and ramp system are torn down, tearing the neighborhood apart, and then rebuilt, will turn the traffic on 10th Avenue and around the tunnel entrance that congestion pricing has sought to and even started to remedy back into the 10th Avenue parking lot and horn honking nightmare it was prior to congestion pricing. Let's also not forget how Hudson Yards and related management have screwed the neighborhood over with the promise to build housing in phase 2 of the Western Yards, but after they got the tax breaks and zoning they wanted and phase 1 was complete, decided to change their plans and abandon the original plans they promised for the neighborhood. The idea of Silverstein building however many units of housing offsite seems just as shady as what Hudson Yards did. Maybe build the housing first, then come back with a casino plan to really show your good faith and care for the community. Additionally, statistics show that casinos bring with them a growth in crime, larceny, car theft, and sex trafficking. That is a fact. Any development will bring jobs, both construction and long-term. This does not have to be a casino.
Good afternoon, good evening, I guess now, committee members, neighbors, and fellow New Yorkers. My name is Tony Giordano. I'm an institutional financial services professional, a mayoral appointee to the New York City Public School Board, also known as the Panel for Educational Policy, a trustee on 2 of the 5 New York City public pension boards with responsibility for allocating over $100 billion in assets. I also serve as treasurer of Bertha Lewis's Black Institute and have sat on the board of tenant advocacy organization Palante Harlem. But today I'm here as Tony, a lifelong New Yorker who has lived in 4 of the 5 boroughs, a Silver Towers resident, a driver who crosses into Jersey weekly, and yes, a huge fan of Jay-Z's. My knee-jerk, cynical New Yorker reaction to both proposals was simple. Nope. Less traffic, less tourists, less people. That was my instinct. But when I put on my public service hat, did the research, and weighed the question through 3 lenses: greatest benefit, least harm, and whom do I trust, I changed my mind. Greatest benefit: New York has a habit of piling projects into places that are already busy while ignoring dead zones until someone with vision transforms them. Avenir would build on an empty lot in a stretch of 41st Street that today is desolate, unsafe, and underused. I won't even let my daughter walk down that block. This project could change that, connecting Javits, Hudson Yards, Silver Towers, and even drawing from North Jersey. Times Square is already bursting. I've worked there. I've seen the chaos at lunch hour and at 3 a.m. A casino there adds more congestion, but not much value. By contrast, Avenir creates something vibrant where there is nothing. The Avenir site displaces no existing businesses. It adds to rather than cannibalize nearby restaurants and theaters. I know this is a real fear for the theater and restaurant communities. Yes, traffic near the tunnel is a fair concern, but this is New York. Traffic is part of our DNA. We adapt. More importantly, the site draws visitors specifically for the casino and amenities rather than potentially luring passengers into view. Thank you very much for your time. Have a great day.
'96 to 105, please. '96 to 105 to the microphone.
'96. 102. 105. 97. Sorry. Okay.
Oh, good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you so much for allowing all of us to speak here today. My name is Kathleen Conry. I have lived at Manhattan Plaza 10036 for nearly 48 years. I worked in the Broadway and the Professional Theater Company for most of my life, and I have been retired for over 15 years. I spend most of my time doing volunteer work with Metro Baptist Church on West 40th Street as a member of them for over 50 years. I have seen this Hell's Kitchen community grow and prosper since 1977. And now I'm watching it become a war zone. I vote no, no, 1,000 times no to any casino in Hell's Kitchen. Please let most of us grow old, grow our families, and die of natural causes. The necessary Port Authority reboot will cause so much chaos in the coming years. That will do us in to begin with. Please place the casinos in an area where people don't care about raising families, educating children, and living and eventually dying naturally and peacefully. Thank you.
Hi, I'm Sandy Nance, and I am totally opposed to a gambling house 1 block from where I live at Manhattan Plaza, zip code 10036. I've lived there for 48 years. I'm an original tenant. We have not spent the last 48 years gentrifying this neighborhood with the help of our local representatives for Silverstein to saddle us with more of the same old crime, addictions, and congestion that we have been struggling to solve. And if the Silversteins tell you they can't build this project without a casino, why don't they talk to Related at Hudson Yards, which is not building a casino, but continuing with its project? You mean to tell me that Related could do it and the Silversteins can't? Thank you.
Hey everyone, how's it going? I'm Ben, and I have lived in the Hell's Kitchen 10036 zip code for 8 years. I am in favor of the project, and I will spare you guys a long story of my life and just tell you a few things. So, number one, as I'm sure you can guess, I pay a premium to live here, and I want my neighborhood to be nice. It's that simple. And for me, that means I want a vibrant surrounding. The Avenir would bring life that that corner has never had. I've walked by that corner so many times and not felt safe, not felt like it's the place that Hell's Kitchen should be. And everyone that's talking about how it's going to destroy the neighborhood, again, it's bringing jobs, affordable housing, restaurants, an art space. It's making the area more welcoming to everyone. So I believe this is the kind of project that we can really move the West Side forward with, and thank you for your time.
Hello, my name's Mike Freeman. I'm a resident of Manhattan Plaza and have been a resident of Hell's Kitchen for over 40 years. I'm also a longtime member of Local 802 Musicians Union. I'm against the Avenir Casino project. A casino is not beneficial to neighborhood residents in any way. I came to New York in 1981, living on 20th Street in Chelsea. I moved to 37th and 9th Avenue in the middle of the crack epidemic of the 1980s. I moved into Manhattan Plaza in 1989. Longtime residents of this neighborhood are the ones who made this neighborhood livable. I now spend a lot of time advocating for local musicians and music groups on programming in high-profile venues, parks, and building complexes new to the neighborhood because promises from real estate developers to do so were not kept. Despite promises from developers, history and experience has taught me that promises made are rarely, if ever, kept. Local artists on programming have been overlooked, ignored by developers despite promises made. I don't remember Silverstein Towers featuring local groups when they had music programming prior to the pandemic. Port Authority construction on top of casinos and its aftermath are more than this already overdeveloped neighborhood can stand. Traffic congestion here is a direct result of overdevelopment. A casino will cause more vehicle congestion, which will then be used as an excuse to charge neighborhood residents more for congestion pricing. I use my car in order to work. There's always been a traffic bottleneck at the corner of 11th Avenue and 42nd Street due to Lincoln Tunnel traffic. A casino 1 block away would make it impossible for Manhattan Plaza residents to get across 42nd Street to the West Side Highway and back from the West Side Highway to our parking garage on Dyer Avenue. Thank you.
Hi, I worked at Lincoln Center Theater for 40 years, and I'm a community resident for the last 20, zip code 10018. Thank you for allowing me to appear in person to express my thoughts about the proposal. I had emailed my representatives, but when I learned that comments about the casino are now being generated by AI, I thought it might be a good idea to appear in person as a human who actually lives here. And who doesn't work for Silverstein, as I've discovered, or live in Manhattan Plaza. Here are some longer-term perspectives. Our beloved city took its most recent battering from the scourge of COVID. We were ground zero for the virus, and it's been a rocky road to recovery, different than other New York City rocky roads of the past, like our bankruptcy back 20 years ago, but much is left to do. I can cite 2 projects, and others have too, that were spectacular successes on our road to recovery. The creation of the High Line instead of the demolition of the High Line, which has jump-started an extraordinary regeneration of the entire Lower West Side, and Hudson Yards and the number 7 train, and the Moynihan Station, which are beginning to do the same for the formerly depressed West 30s. And now we anticipate projects at the north end. At long last, the rejuvenation of the utterly failed Port Authority bus terminal, which has polluted the neighborhood with exhaust fumes from thousands of buses and was marred by so much criminal behavior inside the terminal. In a vast construction project already underway and set to last for 10, for us, challenging years, our neighborhood will see buses exiting the Hudson River tunnels in enclosed tubes, a new park larger than Bryant Park, which will sit to its south on the lots now used during the day for bus parking. And all this was done by the PA with the
Thank you for your time.
Hi, I'm Barry. I'm a longtime resident, I guess first-time community activist. I didn't have anything planned really to say. I was just curious to see what the opponents said to it because I thought this was a no-brainer. You know, you hear people say how she's worried about New York City becoming, our neighborhood becoming a war zone. Well, remember what it used to be like? Or they're making it out like Silverstein is going to be bringing addiction or something to that effect, like it's a back alley dice game. They want to build a world-class casino. I think the neighborhood could really use, especially the Javits Center, more hotel room. I think that's also a no-brainer. And we need to, I'm not even going to say revitalize the community, because it already lacks vitality. And I think it would bring so much to it. I'm a small business owner, also in the neighborhood. My office on 44th between 8th and 9th. I've lived on 39th between 9th and 10th for the last 15 years. And when we talk about the neighborhood, 26 years ago, do we remember what 42nd and the West Side Highway used to be like, that whole area? Would anybody even think about walking there? Yet Silverstein Properties somehow had the foresight to build a somewhat high-end residential building there, which everyone thought was insane. I did, but yet I moved there because maybe I am. But the point is, you saw how things have changed. So when people don't trust or whatever the process of what can happen with a beautiful casino and, I don't know, building this area that's, otherwise what's going to become of it? It will bring a lot of jobs, and it'll bring, I don't know, I think it will bring some vitality to the community that we need. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you. My name is Jake. I live in 10036, but not Manhattan Plaza. The two worst places I've ever been are Atlantic City and Las Vegas. Both are ugly and depressing. I grew up in Florida, so that's saying something. Stopping for gas on my way into Las Vegas at 8:30 a.m., the first thing I saw in the convenience store was a 40-something mom type in a hairnet, slippers, and bathrobe, feverishly feeding coins into a slot machine. Clearly, she couldn't help it. It was heartbreaking. No homes were close enough for her to be there without driving. I imagine that if she had children, they probably got themselves to school after making plain bread sandwiches for their bag lunch. Gambling is the worst addiction of all. It can ruin more lives faster than any other. Do we really want to invite that into our community? In casinos, the house wins. Occasionally you might win, but over time it's no contest. The house wins. The only way it doesn't win is when it collapses because it's run by a moron who's also an inept businessman. Casinos want to keep you in the building. They have their own shops, restaurants, and entertainment, so patrons won't need ours. Any non-resident's testimony today is irrelevant. They have no skin in the game other than a hoped-for profit at the locals' expense. I've lived in this neighborhood for 44 years, through lots of changes, mostly good. This casino won't be good and won't help residents. Just say no.
Yes. Hi, my name is Angel. I'm a multimedia artist and sculptor living and studying here in Manhattan. I am in support of the Avenir project because of the opportunities it will bring to artists. It will provide studio space, gallery spaces, and will allow artists to grow here in the art capital of the world. I look forward to the many doors that it will open. Thank you.
Unlike many who spoke today from other distant districts, I am a resident of Manhattan Plaza and have been for 36 years. Who will be voting for this casino, profiting most from this casino, rewarded for supporting this casino? Money will not solve this neighborhood's problems. People have, and people will. People who live here and have skin in the game. Casinos have historically, and in the long run, created crime and corruption. The gentleman who spoke before me did a much better job of describing that. In a city sold to luxury housing, construction has always thrived. Facts are facts once they are proven. How many dark windows occupy the skyscrapers past 10th Avenue? Who has invested in those apartments? When we moved into Manhattan Plaza, prostitution, drugs, and crime were the mainstay of the street. Residents banded together to police those streets. I have heard many people speak about safety and security. Years ago, this neighborhood was aptly named Hell's Kitchen. We called upon politicians and police to join us, and that is how we gained our security. Better housing for the middle class, improved policing in the streets, with better transit systems. It's all welcome. I'm a simple man. Why do the Avenir people need a casino to do their good deeds? All the projects they offer sound altruistic, so I call upon those people to do the charitable work that has been long praised here. I hope the sound of the applause does not drown out the voices of the residents who, like myself, raised a family and who in turn hope to raise theirs. If income is more important than people, vote for this casino. If not, hear the voices of the working.
Thank you, sir. You're at time. Can I get numbers 107 through 115, please? 107 through 115. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Charlie. First, I'd like to thank the committee for your public service today. Thank you very much. I'm a third and fourth generation New Yorker. I live in the West Village, 10011. I have a granddaughter and a son and daughter who also live on 10011, a few blocks from me as well. I am a supporter of this project, and let me explain why. I'm a fan of Jane Jacobs, lady in the neighborhood as well. She wrote a famous book, and she points to walkers and watchers. Those are important attributes for a neighborhood. When I was growing up, my father worked on the World Trade Center on the construction of that project. Nobody used to go there before then. When I was growing up, nobody used to go to the west side of 42nd Street. Too dangerous, nothing there. Nobody really goes to this neighborhood unless they're coming visitors, unless they're coming to the Javits Center. I think that this neighborhood could very much use a shot in the arm. And as somebody who has been down to the World Trade Center many times, I'll tell you that is an amazing project that the family built there. And also the family helped rejuvenate 42nd Street. And frankly, I trust the people who are building it. Thank you very much.
Hi, good evening. My name is Dawn. My zip code is 10011. And I want also to echo the previous speaker and thank you for being here. But I was looking at the project of the Silverstein properties. I was trying to look to other projects that they have made. And particularly, I'm familiar a lot with the all the region which is around the 9/11 museum. And I think that in fact, it is a safer, cleaner. It's a place that you can go now in the evenings. You can have, restaurants are being built around it. So I think that for this neighborhood, it would be good to have new development that will attract more and more business, working places. And if the people of this community will support it, it will take it to the state it has to be and will echo what happened in the financial district. So I'm for it, and I want to thank you for the opportunity to say it. Thank you.
Good evening. My name is George Bird. I'm from the area code of 12175, which is in the middle of nowhere. I can only speak to 12% of your concerns. I'm employed by Rivers Casino and Resort, Rush Street Gaming. I became employed after my 32 years of public service, having no experience in the casino industry. I share my experience. I was trained for 6 weeks. After that time, I was guaranteed employment. Those who did not pass the standards of the company were not discarded. They were offered remedial training to ensure their success. My employment began while Rivers was not a union shop. They still paid livable wages. They provided benefits, and they treated you amazingly well. You had your turkeys and your pies on Thanksgiving, your gift cards on Christmas, Christmas parties, summer parties. You were seen, you were valued. When HTC became the representative union for Rivers Casino, of course, benefits went up, wages went up, and job security improved. You see Rivers, the shirt, Rivers gives, I can assure you that's the case. I've observed it for 7 years, from Habitat for Humanity, homeless shelters, animal shelters, you name it. The giving has never stopped to the community. And I hear a lot of you New York City people, you speak a lot about diversity, equity, and inclusion. Okay, that's a lot of talk, but you can see it in upstate New York, because those terms as defined are woven in the fabric of the team membership at Rivers. It's a great, great employer. I hear a lot of talk and concerns about crime.
Thank you, sir. Sorry, you're at time. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Chris. My zip code is 10023. I was born and raised in the Upper West Side, and I spend a lot of time in and around this area and have many friends that live in this neighborhood. There is a real lack of accessible public transportation here. The revenue that the Avenir would bring to the MTA would provide the best shot at getting an additional stop on the 7 train here. That is huge for this neighborhood. All that comes with this project, a fabulous Danny Meyer restaurant, a food hall featuring some of Hell's Kitchen's best local restaurants, the public art gallery, affordable housing. These features are really going to bring life, security, and connectivity to this area, which really, really deserves it. I'm in full support of the Avenir moving forward. Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Robert Urban, zip code 12305, and I am a Rivers Casino and Resort team member. Came here today to share my experience working for Rush Street Gaming. I hope the people in the surrounding community get a chance like I did to work for Rush Street Gaming. I love my job as a security guard. I'm 25 years old, and I love to tell you why. Working security means you never know what your day-to-day will bring, but you do know that you will get a chance to make a difference. During my year and a half here, I've had moments that remind me exactly why I'm proud to do this work. One night, I noticed a man who wasn't feeling well, and with quick thinking and assistance from team members, we were able to get him medical help before he suffered a stroke. Another time, I helped an elderly couple who was stuck in a parking garage with a flat tire. Myself, senior officers Jaron Goodwin and Rusty Clark would help put a spare tire on so they could get home safely. And more than once, I've been there to help guests who have fallen or just need an ear due to life problems. Those moments stick with me because they show me that what we do isn't just about safety, it's about the community and its people. Mahatma Gandhi, be the change you wish to see. Every guest and team member who walks through our doors deserves to feel cared for, and I take pride in knowing that I can be the one to step up when they need it most. Knowing this job has given me opportunity, confidence, and a sense of real purpose. As a 25-year-old, I know I'm building a strong foundation for my future here, one that I can keep growing, learning, and continue to make a difference. This is why I love working for Rush Street Gaming.
Good evening. My name is Darren Gold. For the past 13 years, I've lived a few blocks north of here at 42nd and 11 for transparency in a Silverstein building. I oppose the Avenir development for 3 main reasons: the traffic congestion, the construction impact, and the impact on the neighborhood and city from a societal aspect. It's already been said this evening, but the nearby streets are already unable to cope with the traffic volumes. Every evening during rush hour and late at night, there is constant honking, there's a cacophony of noise and the concomitant air pollution that comes along with that. There is obviously no subway access at that site, which is hemmed in by the Lincoln Tunnel. And I think from a congestion standpoint, this development will be a disaster. Secondly, from a construction impact standpoint, this area, this neighborhood, and the local residents are already facing the long-term construction projects, the redevelopment of the bus station, which will be for the next 10 years, as well as the railway station construction of the railway tunnel, construction for which has just begun. To add this project as well, I think is an unfair burden on the residents of this neighborhood. Thirdly, I would say from a societal and socioeconomic standpoint, this is a negative and will have a negative impact on this neighborhood. Hell's Kitchen Kitchen in particular has struggled to recover from the pandemic. And in my opinion, to bring a casino to this area will only have negative benefits from that standpoint. I would also like to briefly address a couple of points that have been raised. Some local businesses believe it will be positive for them. I suggest they do some research on the economic cannibalization that comes along with casinos. And I would also say that people who think it will make them safer should look at Hudson Yards. I found people shooting up on Saturday afternoons in the park directly opposite from this development here now.
Good evening. I hear everyone speaking, and it came to my mind. Everyone right away think of casino as crime and addiction, and I just want you to think a little bit positive and be like, why not think about a place to go dancing, a place to go see a comedy show, a place to go have a nice dinner, a place to go maybe see a performance of children. So with that being said, my name is Nadia Tarantino. I am a server at Duke's Chop House at Rivers Casino and Resort, which is located in Schenectady, New York. I'm originally from Ukraine. I've been living here 20 years, and 7 wonderful years I've been employed by Rivers Casino. I do want to tell you Rivers Casino is very generous on celebrating everyone who shows great work, commitment, and dedication. I myself have been recognized, and I was honored Rivers Finest Reward, which shows you and demonstrates that company is acknowledging and rewarding hard work and passionate contributions. Rivers Casino provides comprehensive health insurance for servers like I. It is a very, very crucial sector in restaurant business. We do have benefits no matter if you are a full-time employee or part-time employee. Our future is protected. We have 401k plan, various promotions, opportunities, and support for continuing education through college payment. We are under union, so we do have job security. My time is almost up. Very important to me. I love to go back to Ukraine. We do have paid time off, and they offer that. You just go on vacation and you're getting paid. Amazing. I'm very proud to work for Rivers Casino, and I truly want to say we are as our own community, and we become a family. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is Az, and I've been working with Rivers Casino in upstate New York since it's first opened their doors. I began working there as a dishwasher. Now I'm director of purchasing over there. Now I hear a lot of local vendors here. I buy all the food from locals. We have some objectives by our corporate offices, and we have to spend extra amount of money with local people, including minority-owned businesses, local businesses, women-owned businesses, veteran-owned businesses, and so on. So some examples here, I buy our top-graded organic beef from a local butcher shop. Our HVAC maintenance is done by a local company. Our seal coating is done by a local family-owned business. Our poultry comes from right down there, Hudson, New York. Our kitchen is cleaning done by local minority-owned business. Our uniforms comes from woman-owned business, and in addition to that, we serve our communities, we help them grow, and we donate our time and money as much as we can. Thank you.
Hello, everyone. Thank you for your time today. Oh, sure. I've actually lived in New York City the past 24 years in 10036, Jason Krusman. I witnessed, well, I actually arrived shortly before 9/11, and I've seen both the devastation and the long-term difficult recovery. Silverstein Properties was a steady presence in that effort, and in my experience has maintained a high operational standard in the city ever since. For the past 7.5 years, I've lived in Silver Towers. The property is consistently well-run. Public areas are immaculate. Block and driveway security are steady and professional. Maintenance requests are handled promptly, and staff turnover, excuse me, is notably low. In my experience, Mr. Silverstein's hands-on approach is genuine. His regular visits and direct conversations with residents set an expectation of accountability where he shows up, listens, and follows through. On that basis, I support advancing the Avenir as a responsibly managed mixed-use project that can deliver measurable public benefits to the West Side. In practical terms, jobs and careers, public revenues, public safety and cleanliness, housing and community, arts and street level activation, hospitality, those are some of the things that are going to be brought to our neighborhood. Hospitality and Javits Synergy, hotel and medium facilities will also be included. Site readiness and also minimal disruption is also a key point. There's also a personal dimension to this project. This may be among Mr. Silverstein's last major undertakings. It offers a rare chance to pair a proven management ethos with a contemporary accountable framework for public benefit, an outcome our neighborhood and city can take pride in for decades. As New Yorkers, we should recognize the tradition.
Thank you so much. Can I get numbers 116 through 125 to the microphone, please? 116 to 125.
Oh my gosh. You'll have to get through. There's over 200. I know. We did like 200.
Yes, okay. Hi, my name is Namia Rita. I come from zip code 12110. I am here from the wonderful Capital Region representing Rush Street Gaming and Rivers Casino and Resort. I am a fine dining server at Rivers Casino and Resort for 7 years and 7 months. And Rivers Casino had opened on February 8th, 2017. We ratified our first contract with Hotel and Gaming Trades Council in 2018. I was voted in as a union delegate and then from there became a union delegate assembly member shortly after with Local 6. Now for me to be here to represent Rivers Casino and Rush Street Gaming is an honor. I really can't imagine a better casino in our city and there's so many reasons why. There were tarps over the doors when I had first entered Rivers and I never left. Rush Street takes care of not only myself, but everyone else in the surrounding communities. Let's see. Rush Street has built the comfort of home and family, and it is the first casino I had ever worked for that has changed my single mom life completely. Rush Street Gaming and Rivers Casino offers gym reimbursements, scholarships, 401ks, healthcare benefits, and they also did so much when it came to the pandemic. They personally made sure that every single team member was taken care of. The generosity, the financial assistance, the open communication, and that's what made me realize that the morale is different than any other employer that I have worked for. Rush Street Gaming was founded by none other than the wonderful Neil Bloom. We are located in Chicago, Philly, Virginia, Pittsburgh, and Schenectady, and there couldn't be a better home for us to settle in than the city. Thank you.
Hello, I'm Robert Marcucci, a New Yorker for 40 years. I think the Avenir is a bold and exciting project. Its smartly crafted blend of commerce, culture, and community, from its architectural design to its diversity and communal programming, all of which I feel would enlighten and invigorate the neighborhood. Coming from one of the most progressive and caring developers I've experienced, the Avenir will be a class act. It will provide top accommodations while maintaining a safe haven for all those experiencing it. And its neighborhood would reap the benefits of their efforts for a much improved balance between business and community. Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Michael Hester. I'm the Chief Financial Officer for GMHC, formerly known as the Gay Men's Health Crisis, the world's first HIV/AIDS organization, which was founded in 1982. We are in support of this project. GMAC provides comprehensive support to thousands of New Yorkers annually. Those living with HIV and AIDS, individuals with high risk, and community members seeking care. Our clients are often face multiple challenges, including unstable housing, employment barriers, food insecurity, and mental health needs. From our headquarters on 38th Street between 8th and 9th Avenues, we deliver citywide services, including HIV testing and prevention, supportive housing, nutritional programs, congregate meals, mental health and substance abuse treatment, as well as job training, legal services, and on-site pharmacy. The Avenir partnership represents a transformative investment that will substantially expand our impact across all areas. A key priority for GMAC is to address housing through congregate housing. Currently, we have housing throughout the city using a scattered site model, but we would like to build congregate housings where we can integrate care into these services. Beyond the financial investment, we're creating workforce pathways for our clients to access employment opportunities at the Avenir. This approach addresses both immediate needs and long-term economic stability. The partnership ensures that economic development in our community creates opportunities for the communities that we serve. Thank you.
Thank you. Hi, everyone. My name is Christine Bruno, and I am a resident of Manhattan Plaza 10036. To my knowledge today, I'm the only person with a physical disability that is speaking. And that is very troublesome to me because I have not heard the word disability come up in any of these conversations in the last 3 hours. I vehemently oppose this project, mostly because of the casino. I thank you all for the opportunity to speak, and I thank you for the programs, the community programs that are slated for this project. However, I have to say, I'm extremely disturbed that many of the people who supported this project do not live in this neighborhood. This is a very lively neighborhood, and those who said to bring life back to the neighborhood, this neighborhood is lively, and it was rebuilt and regenerated by the people who live here. Incidentally, most casinos are not located in residential areas. I'm from Connecticut, and I know that is a fact, and I also know that they're insular. When you go to the casino, you stay in the casino. Local businesses do not benefit. This would be a disaster for seniors and people with disabilities to get around. It is already insanely difficult to navigate this area as a person with a physical disability. With the Port Authority being renovated 10 years and then adding this project to it is ridiculous and it's unfair. So please take disabled people and seniors who live in this area into account, not to mention.
Thank you so much.
tourists
You're
who
at
come
time.
here.
Thank you.
See how I can get out of here. Hold on. Yeah, I'm.
My name is Brandon, and I've called New York home for nearly 20 years. I'm also a working artist, someone who spent a lot of time trying to carve out space to create, live, and contribute to the community. I'm here tonight to speak in support of the Avenir project, not just because of what it promises, but because of how it's being done. Let me be honest, as an artist, I'm used to being an afterthought when it comes to development. Culture often gets pushed aside when big projects come in, but with Silverstein, I've seen something different. They've actually taken the time to reach out, to listen to artists and community members, and to support the creative fabric of the city. They're not just building around the community, they're building with it. Through partnerships with local arts organizations, support for public art, and a real commitment to creating space for culture, They're helping make sure that creativity stays part of the story here. That's not just good for artists, that's good for everyone. A vibrant art scene brings people together. It gives young people a reason to stay and it strengthens a city's identity. Of course, the economic impact is huge too. Hundreds of new jobs in construction, hospitality, and entertainment. Real opportunities for people in this community, and the inclusion of affordable housing in the plan is something we badly need. Artists, teachers, service workers, we all know people who have been priced out. Hopefully this will help change that. At the end of the day, what makes me support Avenir isn't just the promise of a new development, it's the way it's being approached with respect, with transparency, and with a clear commitment to making this community stronger, more inclusive, and more creative. I'm proud to support the project, and I hope this city will continue to support the people and ideas that make it special. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Marcus Robinson. I'm an artist and filmmaker originally from Belfast, but I've been here for the last 20 years. I very strongly support the Avenir project. As many people have already very eloquently mentioned, this is an extraordinary project on many levels, from a social, economic, cultural, and urban transformation point of view. It is absolutely unique. It provides things that all around the world, very few urban development projects provide a wide range of different activities that are like this. Some other people have mentioned that developers do not deliver on their promises, but I can speak from personal knowledge that Silverstein Properties is not a developer who does not deliver on his promises. When I came to New York, thanks to the incredible generosity and openness of Silverstein Properties helping artists and helping the local community, I was able to witness at firsthand the rebuilding of the World Trade Center and to see what it actually took to rebuild the World Trade Center. People sometimes forget what it took at that time, the character and the strength of someone like Larry Silverstein to make this happen. And one of the things he said at the time was that he didn't listen to naysayers. And I think sometimes it takes a visionary company with real courage and a vision to make things happen. I very strongly support this project, and I think that from a social, economic, and cultural point of view, the Avenir will bring a huge new thread of life to this part of New York City. Thank you.
My name is Trudy Posey. I live at Manhattan Plaza for 40 plus years. My only comment is that on a very basic level, the neighborhood can't handle all the construction with the Newport Authority construction. It's hard to move on our sidewalks now. Try to get to a hospital. Until you've seen someone have an attack on the street and an ambulance not get there for 15 or 20 minutes, you don't know on a very basic level. I appreciate the jobs, the need for jobs. I appreciate the people that work at the casino upstate and other places, but that's not Manhattan on the west side. We can't move. We need people to get to the hospital. Traffic is terrible, horrendous. Thank you.
Yeah, thanks. My name is Daniel. I live in Manhattan Plaza, 10036. It's amazing for me to hear people talk about the wonderful company they work for. That's irrelevant in this situation, completely irrelevant. And not only that, but if they don't live in the neighborhood, I'm sorry, if you don't live in the neighborhood, you have no voice in this. Congestion, that is the key word that nobody wants to address here. All the savior, all the people who think this project is a great idea. Congestion, I sit in my apartment and I look out the window and I see an ambulance or an emergency car on 9th Avenue trying to work its way down traffic at any time of the day. Sometimes it takes 10, 15 minutes for that ambulance to get down the street. What do you think a casino will do? It's a slum. That's what it's going to be. And we have two casinos, by the way. We have the other one to deal with as well, not just this one. So really, I'm not really interested. And by the way, it's called gambling, not gaming. Enough of that. This is a really bad idea. And apart from the fact that it's sleazy and everybody knows it, and it's bad for the health of people, we can't have a casino in the middle of New York. And if you want to go and have a good time, you don't go to a casino or resort. You have Times Square to go to. You have Broadway. You have jazz clubs. You have restaurants. You don't need to go to a gross casino / resort / slum. No, thank you.
Can I get numbers 127 through 136, please? 127 through 136.
All right, I'm all set. Oh, sorry. Hi, I'm Matt Joswiak. I'm the founder and CEO of Rethink Food. My organization supplies millions of meals to New Yorkers facing food insecurity. Several of the places where we distribute our food are in this district. We are very much so in favor of the Avenir. And I just want to be clear why. I mean, realistically, we all know there is going to be a casino, right? That's going to happen. So the question in my mind is finding the most responsible party. The most responsible party is the Avenir. They've continually supported organizations like ours, made New York more affordable, safer, and better for all. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Bobby Quintero. I live on Upper West Side, 10023, by my office on 34th Street. I've been here 23 years, but I've been coming to the same building for over 30 years. I do market sales, and I always hated coming to New York to the Javits Center because there's nothing around here to go eat afterwards. You got to walk a long way. The restaurants aren't there. I'm strongly in favor of the casino. Have something close by. Stop losing conventions to Vegas. Bring them close here. And it's a hole. It's a hole, guys. We got to fill this hole. Put something in there. Just build something in there. We're not displacing anybody. It's already in a construction area. I think this is the best location for it in the city. Thank you.
Hi, good evening. My name is Trisha Cole. I'm a resident of zip code 10010. I've been a resident of Manhattan for about 35 years. I have spent at least 25 of those years working in Manhattan real estate, and I've done projects in this general vicinity, Hell's Kitchen and the neighborhoods around it. And this particular spot on the west side clearly has incredible potential, but it's often felt overlooked, isolated, underlit, unsafe, and underserved. The Avenir project represents a transformational opportunity to change that. This isn't just another development, it's a comprehensive vision for a vibrant, inclusive, and safe community. With over 2,000 new residences, including 500 permanently affordable homes, we'd finally see the kind of density and diversity that brings life to the streets and stability to local businesses. New restaurants, community event spaces, and galleries will connect the city's thriving culture and give New Yorkers and visitors alike a reason to explore this part of town. The casino will generate hundreds of millions of dollars in funds that will support the community, power long overdue updates to the infrastructure, and generate thousands of union jobs. The hotel will support the ongoing health of the Javits Center by providing reliable and appealing nearby lodging, a crucial element of the convention center ecosystem that is currently missing. Finally, Silverstein will advocate for the addition of a new 7-train station at 40th and 10th, providing this neighborhood with a much-needed connection to the rest of the subway system. Silverstein Properties is the right developer to see this through. They are family-owned and have been invested in this community for decades. They understand our city, have talked with and listened to the neighborhood residents, and have incorporated community feedback into their plans. The Avenir is a vibrant and welcoming development opportunity accomplished without.
Thank you, that's time.
Hello, everyone. My name is James Dennis. I'm a local 3 elevator technician and founder of an art studio agency focused on community, partnerships, and supporting emerging creatives. My motto has always been to connect culture to corporate and corporate to culture. Now, I want to be clear about something. I don't have skin in the game. My division of Local 3 Elevator doesn't stand to benefit directly from this project. I'm not on anyone's payroll, and I'm certainly not a paid actor. I'm here because I believe this project, if done right, can be a meaningful step forward for our city. I've listened to the concerns from residents and community advocates, and I respect them deeply. But I also believe that those concerns are not obstacles, they're opportunities. The people raising them should be part of the conversation, helping shape solutions and hold developers accountable. That's why I support Silverstein Properties in this project. Specifically, I've seen from working with Darren McQuillan that there's a real and ongoing commitment to culture and community. This isn't just about buildings or casino, it's about people, neighborhoods, and long-term impact. Avenir is a chance to build something that reflects all of us. If we choose to stay involved, stay vocal, and stay connected, let's not waste the opportunity. Thank you.
My name is Tom DeRose. I live in Silver Towers. I actually face south, so I have a beautiful view of the empty lot that may be the Avenir. I live there, I don't work there, so I'm not a paid actor, and I wanted to come out in support of the Avenir. Now, I've heard some arguments from the opposition here today that have been saying some really uncomfortable we added almost 1,000 private sector jobs. Granted, that was 98% less than in 2024. I think that's enough. I'm sure you would all agree. When we talk about housing, we're adding almost 2,000 new housing units in New York City with the Avenir, yet the price of housing in New York City has never been higher. I'm sure you would all agree that we have no need for new affordable housing in New York City. Talking about tax revenue, New York City is almost $110 billion in debt. I am sure you would all agree that we do not need any more tax revenue for New York City. Now, I, of course, am being sarcastic. I think this is a great project, and despite having a personal material interest in this project, in how I see it right from my living room every single day, and it actually will block my view of the Empire State Building, I am still coming out in strong support of the Avenir. Thank you.
Ken Leininger, zip code 10036. In the spirit of full disclosure, I do not work for the Silversteins. In fact, the Silversteins work for me. As a rent-paying tenant at River Place, they've kept every promise they've ever made over the last 10 years. And at a time when Marxist-trained politicians are causing capital to leave this city at a dangerous and unprecedented rate, the fact that the Silversteins are willing to invest in New York at this dangerous time, I think everyone in this room should applaud that. Thank you.
Can we get numbers 138 through 148 to the microphone, please? 138 to 148 to the microphone. And those that are standing in the back, there are plenty of seats to sit down if you'd like.
Thank you. I have lived on 41st and 11th for the past 16 years, and I am a tenant of the Silverstein-owned quote-unquote inclusionary building, better known as the building with the poor door, and their promises have already been broken. My window faces the very corner of the proposed site, and I have already lived for nearly 2 decades with constant traffic, noise pollution, and air pollution. I can't even open my windows because the fresh air does not exist. And the cacophony of noise isn't just reserved for rush hours. It persists until 11 a.m. during the day and as late as 1 a.m. at night on any given day. The corner I share with the building site at this intersection of Lincoln Tunnel, the West Side Highway, the Quill Bus Depot, which is the largest in the city, the Javits Center, and not to mention the FedEx and UPS warehouses. Each of these already generates substantial traffic and congestion, and the noise and air pollution will only increase, especially while we endure years of construction, including nighttime construction, that very few people in this room will have to directly endure, but I will and have. More importantly than my own health and quality of life is my concern for our neighborhood children. Crime increases where there is more access to alcohol, gambling, and where thieves believe that there are prime targets who have money and valuables to be stolen. Our kids, the kids at the elementary school, the kids at Covenant House, who I've worked with my entire career, are already vulnerable to abuse, sex trafficking, alcoholism, substance use, and gambling. Our kids do not need a casino. As a Silverstein tenant, the company has plied our lobbies with advertisements and snacks to try to sell us on this project. The snacks are here, but never engaged us in real input. My building is where the lowest income tenants of color, directly face the proposed site. And we've had a long-standing tenants association, and we're never engaged to discuss how this would impact our lives. Promises have already been broken. And I say this with fear of retaliation from my Silverstein landlords, but I say it anyway on behalf of my health, my community, and I deeply oppose this project.
Hi, my name is Allie and I live at Sky. I chose Hell's Kitchen because it was a place that I felt like I could raise a family, not just for passing through commuters. And I really feel that the Avenir would destroy that. So many of my fellow friends that are in my same age group said, well, if a casino sure happens, I guess I'll just move uptown or downtown, or I'll leave New York altogether. You're absolutely going to be destroying the neighborhood, let alone just looking at traffic. I've already been almost hit multiple times. And honestly, I see ambulances go through the bike lane all the time. There is no room for them to get through. And that's not even looking at the fact that there are students directly across the street. Those students, when they get into school, probably okay. When they leave for their lunch hour, that's check in or check out. And when they are going to leave school, will be check in. That's not great, especially when they're already spilling out into the streets when there's already a huge amount of traffic. But more than that, this has been a propaganda machine. No one in my building knew until I started going door to door, literally asking people if they'd heard, and they said that they had not. I also went into my sister's building, and the same was true. Similarly, the changes in time was also not great because I had asked off of work and then I had to ask off a different time. They also promised affordable housing, but not here, off-site, and also not done before the casino. If you really actually cared about the affordable housing and caring about the community, you would demand that that is done first, because there have been other projects that probably and similarly had those affordable housing units built late or not at all. There's no repercussion, and in honesty, we're going to have to pay a huge burden just for empty promises. I want to see real action first. And on top of it, if you have a propaganda machine where you literally can just put in a few words and it'll create an AI-generated email, that is not a fair playing field, especially when I'm hit.
Thank you so much.
Hi, good evening. My name is Jean Gagne, and I live in 10036, and it's going to be a year for me living in this beautiful apartment I'm living with. I heard everybody's opinion and everything like that. I could say with 100% full support. That's what I have to say. My full support of you guys. You guys did an amazing, great job, and if you need anything, just let me know. That's it. All right. Thank you.
Hello, my name is William. Thank you for having me. I'm from zip code 11106, but my dad is he lives 3 blocks north from here. I'm here to speak on my behalf as well as his. My daughter's here, so we are 3rd-generation New Yorkers. I'm 2nd generation, my daughter's 3rd. We are for Avenir. My dad worked in the original Twin Towers. He was with the local 1974. He remembers how New York used to be before the the development of the World Trade Center. He says all development is good development, even if it's going to affect his neighborhood. He believes not negatively, but he likes to hear what other people like to say about ambulances, which is a good point. But that's the city's problem. They need to figure out how to make safer lanes the way they made bus lanes, maybe make a lane for ambulances or something. In either case, I have traveled to many cities around the world, including Tokyo, which I just came back from 2 weeks ago. Many of these cities are actually doing better than New York in many regards. I know the nightlife is not that big of a deal, but it is part of the economy. New York City has been known as a city that never sleeps, but we are very far behind that. Again, that's not a big deal to many, but as my dad said, give New York City to the next generations as he has and as I will to my daughter. I don't know, I feel like a casino in New York City or even multiple casinos in New York City, Vegas style, sounds, I'm okay with that. And hopefully my daughter will also be okay with that. And if she's not, I'll stand by her decision when she comes to age. And thank you.
Hi, my name is Dana Nehtaran. I live in Sky for like 8 years, and I'm an artist and I work at my place too. So I've heard about your silver art, that you support artists, and it's a very great jump for artist career if somebody gets this residency, and I hope I'm gonna get this year. And I'm gonna support this because you're gonna have some art galleries in the project. And if I one day get a chance, it's gonna be the shortest travel for art to an art gallery in this building. Thank you, and thank you for artists supporting.
Hi, my name is Joanna Martins. I'm a resident of Manhattan for 25 years now. I live on the corner of 10th and between 40th and 41st with my two boys and my husband. He's an artist. I'm here to support the casino and the hospitality, the hotels, and the public art space that it will bring to the city. My husband's an artist. My boys are artists. And I think that any cultural institution in this city is an advantage. That's why I live here. That's why I used to commute here when I lived in Brooklyn when I was younger. And I don't want to commute out to anything. I love it all here. And I think it's a great opportunity to bring more arts. I think it will help better the neighborhood because I walk down the block every day to take my boy to school. They go to Success Academy on the very block that this will be. And I think the development will help improve the area. I don't live in a Silverstein development. I don't work for Silverstein, but I'm a resident of Manhattan and I support the project. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Carol Oakes, and I work in 10019, and I have the privilege of serving as the executive director of the 52nd Street Project, an organization that has worked in this neighborhood for over 30 years, creating transformative opportunities for young people through theater, mentorship, and community. We know what it means to invest in young people, families, and the cultural fabric for Hell's Kitchen. That's why we're excited by the vision for the Avenir. This project isn't just a building, it's a promise of thousands of union jobs for our neighbors, career pathways for young people, and a major investment in affordable housing that will help families remain in the community they love. Partner. Their plan includes significant support for local nonprofits, from organizations working with very young people to those nourishing our community. They've pledged to direct resources where they're needed most, and for us, that kind of partnership is invaluable. The Avenir will bring new life to a long vacant site, welcoming visitors to experience not only the state-of-the-art destination, but also the vibrant, diverse neighborhood around it. With its focus on sustainability, culture, and community investment, we believe it can become a point of pride for Hell's Kitchen, one that uplifts those who live and work here every day.
Hi there, you guys are champions. Thank you so much. This has got to be difficult. Gregory Allen Thornbury, 10011. Yoko Ono once said there are two kinds of people in this world, people who are in the peace industry and people who are involved in the war industry. Silverstein Properties is definitely on the side of the peace industry, and I'll give you a very important fact from just this past week. Right above stairs here at the Armory Show last week, 12 artists who Silverstein Properties has invested in through their art programs had their breakout moment at the Armory Show. They are giving dreams wings. They are making things happen. They are building careers so that people can have homes, which is literally what the Avenir is all about. Now, tonight we have heard from what Spiro Agnew once called the nattering nabobs of negativism, but I would say let's choose the positive over the negative and see what is possible rather than what is not possible. There's going to be a casino here. These are the right people to do it. Invest in people that invest in arts and culture in New York City. Thank you.
Can we get numbers 149 through 159, please, to the microphone? 149 to 159 to the microphone.
Hi, my name is Alon. I live in Silver Towers, zip code 10036. I support the Avenir project. I think it will be good for the community and it will bring life to the area. I believe it's a step forward for the neighborhood. It brings energy, stability, and a vision for the future that I'd like to see here. Also, I've gotten to know Silverstein and their hospitality has been amazing. They've made me feel almost like family. I trust them and I believe they'll bring that same care and commitment to the Avenir project. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Sam. First moved to New York in the 10036, currently living in Inwood 10040. I work in the live event industry, and I've been looking at all the different casino projects for Manhattan to see basically how they're going to affect me and my industry and what I do for a living. I've also been looking at how they are committing to the local communities. And most of them look like they're doing pretty much the same thing in terms of helping non-for-profit organizations and things like that. I only saw one commitment that kind of concerned me, and that was a $15 million cash payout to a tenant association. And that one made me a little nervous as to how that would work out, but moving away from that. Javits needs a hotel. I work in the live event industry. I talk to a lot of event planners, meeting planners. They don't bring conventions to New York because of the annoyance of getting their attendees to the Javits. We need a hotel next to Javits. It's going to help us. It's going to help the neighborhood. It's going to help everyone. Avenir is needed, and I support it immensely. Thank you.
Thank you. Good evening, everyone. Thank you for being here. I'm Ken Jockers, Executive Director of Hudson Guild, multi-service, multi-generational agency that meets diverse community needs in Chelsea and along the west side of Manhattan. We offer early childhood education, older adult services, youth programming, mental health counseling, employment support, supportive housing assistance, and arts and cultural programs. We are committed to high quality, affordable, and accessible services that help our neighbors achieve their full potential, and our programming meets 16,000 people each year here in our community. As a direct provider of social and human services, Hudson Guild, as for its history, has not taken positions on matters like this. We're committed instead to the fundamental needs and goals of our participants. That said, if as a result of this process, the Avenir proposal is selected, Hudson Guild, in partnership with Avenir, would expect to develop a productive working relationship to broaden the reach of our services. Avenir is committed to significant and recurring financial support for community programming across the neighborhood, including the services that we deliver. Budget challenges have increased significantly in recent years in our area, and Hudson Guild would look forward to this critical investment in our communities. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Parker Calvert. I'm an artist, a curator, a nonprofit gallery director, and I'm a lifelong New Yorker. There's nowhere on the planet I love more than this city. I'm the son of an artist and a teacher. My nonprofit has hosted 500 artists in our show, 50 shows to date, last 5 years, and artists have kept 100% of sales in all of the shows. And I don't take a salary. And the whole point of what I'm doing is about community, and it's about bringing people together. And when I look at a project like this, I think we have to weigh the pros and the cons. And the pros of what something like this does for artists, for jobs, for housing, vastly outweigh the cons. When I look at the cons that I'm hearing in the room, they seem a little one-dimensional. People don't want their views to be blocked. Well, I'm sorry, I don't even have a view. And if you look at the history of One Manhattan Plaza, the building that is so vehemently against this and has orchestrated this, you know, it's kind of not lost on me that this building almost wasn't built. And the only reason it was built was because they said, hey, let's help out artists. And so then it's pulling up the ladder behind you. And that's not cool. All right? We owe it to this city to build. Construction is integral to this city. Anybody who says we don't need more construction doesn't belong here, okay? Because that's what brings this city alive. And so my whole point of being here today is to drive this point home that the pros of what this project will do for this city and cementing this area and pushing out junkies and no more needles on the street. Okay, let's talk about kids. Kids don't have to see that if we have security in the neighborhood, okay? The things I saw as a kid, nobody should see. And so I'm here to say these arguments don't make any sense. Let's think about the big picture here, which is that we're gonna bring this city even greater, bigger revenue for taxes to just make it the best place it could possibly be. Thank you so much for your time.
Hi, my name is Carrie Irvine, and I'm here to speak about the character and generosity of Larry Silverstein and Silverstein Properties. This month will be my 8-year anniversary as an artist in residence with Silverstein Properties. I am one of many artists who have enjoyed the free studio space provided by the Silversteins. Without this gift, I would not be able to continue to live and paint in this city. The survival of an artist in this city relies on developers like Larry Silverstein. Without my studio space, I would have had to leave this city many years ago. I would also like to add that this Thursday marks the 24th anniversary of 9/11, where I lost my sister Christy. I'd like to remind you that it was Larry Silverstein that rebuilt and brought back to life Ground Zero. For me, the dedication and care Larry Silverstein put into rebuilding has helped in my healing from that horrific day. The World Trade Center campus and beautiful memorial, which I am lucky to look out on every day, provides constant connection to my sister, whom I dearly miss. I know that Silverstein Properties will provide the same care and thoughtfulness to the Avenir. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Joe Woolhead. Born and raised in Ireland, based now in New York, working as a photographer. I have shot many construction projects in that time, and I've always noticed the beneficial economic effects on neighborhoods from major complex projects being complete. I especially saw this in the aftermath of 9/11 and the rebuilding of the World Trade Center, and in turn, the downtown area. I recognize how the building or buildings can transform a community. I see the ripple effects a mini economic boom can have on communities. In my opinion, the Avenir, if it were a photograph, would be a near perfect shot. This project, once implemented, would totally change Midtown West for the better, not only along the 42nd Street corridor, but also north into Hell's Kitchen and south towards the Javits Center. So today, I come out in support of this project. Silverstein Properties has a proven track record of developing large projects from bedrock to buildings topped out, done and dusted. The site is ready, and New York City is ready for a new chapter in its endless reimagining of the city's skyline, transforming Midtown West into a vibrant, bustling, and beautiful area we can all share in. Thank you very much.
Hi, I'm Lexi. I'm from 10018. I live here. Currently, residents are being framed as old and backward against the shine of promised progress. These ideas are supported by propaganda, including a forum on the Avenir website where AI can be used to quickly and easily email all of you. Let me reframe this. I am a young professional. I did not think I'd be able to speak today because I work a 9 to 6, and many of friends like me did not believe they'd be able to speak as well. They told me simply that they felt the committee would not care about them, and as they wanted to raise families, if a casino came to this area, they would simply move out. I'm committed to raising a family here. It's what I want. We are hearing so much about housing, about the arts. I am an artist, and I am afraid that what we are actually seeing is people saying that they want to bring in the arts as a way of you all, essentially to get your better natures and say, hey, yes, we'll bring them in, right? I don't think that's going to happen. I think it's a shell game. Essentially, it is an illusion. Have them invest in the subway. Have them invest in housing first. Show that they're going to do that first before you bring in a casino. It's just not what our community needs. Build a place like the High Line that actually brings art to the community and isn't insulated by a gambling institution. In general, casinos feed off of the community. That is where the revenue comes from. And so many people think that tourists are going to come here to gamble. Let me be very clear. People gamble on their phones. That is the majority of where people are gambling. So why do you want to put gambling in our neighborhood? Please vote for a project instead that brings art and revitalization to our community in a project like the High Line and not a casino like the Avenir. Thank you.
Hello, I'm Mark Monchak. I'm a 10-year resident of River Place, 10036. Thank you for allowing me to speak, and thank you for serving New York. So 10 years ago, I was looking for a place to live after 37 years of being married, living with my family. I didn't think I could afford to live in New York. Somebody said, go to River Place. It's beautiful. I said, yeah, I know it, but I can't afford it. I called up there and I said, wow, I could afford it. I'm a small business owner for my entire life, and I found River Place to be a home, a community home that supports community choirs and arts and everything. And every single year, our experience has gotten better. Walk in that park, see how safe that park is. Any issue that I've ever had with Silverstein Properties has been resolved quickly and with great care. I researched the area and I found out that in 2000, when Silverstein Properties built River Place, there was nothing there. It was an unsafe community. It wasn't even a community. Nobody could even go there. So without Silverstein Properties building up that neighborhood, we probably wouldn't be here today. And in 9/11, I worked on 9/11 for a year and a half, helping a company rebuild it, lost 62 people in the World Trade Center. And believe me, Larry Silverstein could have walked away at 70, a multi-billionaire. He spent 22 years bringing that site back so we can actually have a first-class city. So do I want a casino in New York, in here? Not particularly, but I believe it's an absolutely acceptable thing because everything else in that building is really going to help this community, and somebody's going to build on that site. And it's not going to be perfect. You're not going to like everything. But I believe Silverstein Properties is the best company to do it because it has an amazing track record of honesty and integrity, and I support this project.
Can I get speakers 160 through 170, please? 160 through 170. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Frank. I'm 10036. I'm actually a Silver Towers resident. I do love the area. I think that this project will bring a lot of life. I know the street over on 41st is notoriously dangerous at the moment. I think bringing something over there will be great for it. Full support of the project.
Good evening. My name is Dylan, and I've come from the Lower East Side to give my support to the Avenir. I know that change can be scary, but without change, I don't think the city would be alive. The Avenir would bring better infrastructure, increased security around schools and parks, an emphasis on local businesses, and would include marginalized members in our society.
Hi, thank you for the opportunity tonight. My name is Ethan Code and I live in 10018. I'm born and raised in New York and I support the Avenir project. I'm excited about the casino, the hotel, and the restaurants, and hopefully the general improvement of the area. I moved to 37th and 10th 3 years ago, and I'm thrilled with the progress we've seen so far in the neighborhood, and I'm excited to see it continue up the west side. Thank you.
Good evening. I'm so sorry for Silverstein because this casino is not going to be built. No matter how much money is spent in this neighborhood to put up a casino, it's so bad for our children, and I'm sure. In the end, Silverstein will decide a casino isn't worth any corruption or anything unsettling to a good community growing healthy. So, I propose that Silverstein puts all his money into that growing community, which may be opposite of what some have said, a community that is about let's get the money and turn into more, let's get more property for people who need to live and eat. God damn Silverstein for not doing the right thing unless he does.
That was very dramatic. Hi, I'm John. I'm a resident of 10036. I've lived in Hell's Kitchen for almost 20 years. I support the Avenir project. I have a question for the Manhattan Plaza folks, the residents, the audience, and the community board. Why is Manhattan Plaza's opposition to this casino hotel in such a dramatic way? Are they incentivized? Why is it that most residents opposing are specifically talking about ambulances? I was wondering that. I got this in the mail coincidentally yesterday from Caesar's Palace, Times Square, which I understand Manhattan Plaza is supporting. And it's planning on donating to Ambulance Cycle, which they are claiming would reduce response times by 75%. That's not possible in a city like New York, but it sounds good on paper. As mentioned before, the average age in Manhattan Plaza is 62, and they all keep bringing up emergency response time. This incentivizes Manhattan Plaza residents to complain about ambulance response times. It's almost like they were told what to say. The Avenir will have its own response team available on the premise with EMS and police. That takes care of that. While I'm not the same age as those opposing, I do worry about crossing the street, but my concern usually comes from open drug users and homeless encampments at the current vacant site. We live in a city of traffic. That's a personal choice that we've all made. The Avenir will bring an NYPD outpost on site. This will elevate security in the area as well. Someone argued that casinos keep people inside the hotel, and that's just untrue. People come to New York to experience the city through sights, through Broadway, through the energy of the city, which can only be.
Thank you, sir. Can I get 171 through 181 to the microphone, please? 171 to 181 to the microphone. Thank you.
Hey, folks, one quick announcement before we continue. We are going to have to cut off comment at 8:30. We do want to hear from as many people who have signed up as possible. So while you're speaking, please take that into consideration in the length of your remarks.
Hi, my name is Teju Park. As a local artist who has experienced the Silverstein Properties vision of honoring and reimagining New York's history, I strongly support the Avenir as a new chapter in that history. I believe it will bring new energy to the community and create meaningful opportunities for local residents and artists and my art students, the future generation of new culture. Thank you.
Hi, my name's Anthony Ribando. I'm a freelance graphic artist and designer. I've done many freelance jobs in and around the city for years. I have friends and family that live in the neighborhood. When I first heard about the Avenir project, I was a little bit skeptical, but then when I heard about all the different things that it's going to be doing, all the different facets of the project, and having seen Silverstein Properties' other projects, especially by the World Trade Center, it just seemed like a to have something done with it. And I really think that this project is going to give a lot back to the community and jobs and revenue and just, you know, again, the Javits Center needing a hotel. So I think there's a lot of facets of it that are very positive, and I'm hoping to see the project get built. Thank you.
Thanks. My name is Russell Craig. I'm from Philadelphia, but I live in Brooklyn, and I'm in full support of the Avenir and the Silversteins. I'm an artist, and I'm also a resident at Silver Arts, and I was supposed to have 1 year, and then one time Larry Silverstein and his wife came to my studio, gave me some literature on an artist, Winfred Rembrandt, and was like that they see a similarity in what we do, and then gave me a second year. Very supportive, on free space, lovely view of the Hudson River, Statue of Liberty, and things like that. Then Gregory Thornberry came into my studio and gave me a third year, and then I asked him for more space, and he gave me that. And the result is I had a solo booth at the Armory some days ago, and people saying I had the best booth in the whole fair. So that would have never happened without the Silverstein. So I'm in full support.
Good evening. My name is James, and I'm a 20-year resident of Community Board 4. I'm also a trained urban planner. And at this time, I'm urging you to vote no on advancing the Avenir. Again, at this time. There are several significant adverse impacts that others have mentioned, and I won't repeat. I know I'm probably the last thing standing between you and your dinner. But my main objections to this project are two fundamental flaws behind the environmental impact study that the applicant submitted. These flaws put into jeopardy all of the numbers, data, and benefits promised elsewhere in the application. Flaw number one, the methodology that was used for this analysis, the CEQR, does not have any category for casino land use. The impact study instead relies on ad hoc trip and curb assumptions that understate late night peaks, ride hail, and tour buses. The study should be redone using a state or federal methodology that includes casinos so we can understand the full impact of this project. In addition, the study area is too narrow. It only looks at a 400-foot circle around the area, which is largely the entrance to the tunnel, and doesn't at all consider the vibrant small businesses and neighborhoods that are stone's throw in any direction from the site. Flaw number two is a flawed baseline. The analysis relies on an incorrect assumption, which is that the alternative to this site would be an office or retail theater complex. This is unlikely at best. As we all know, nobody is building office space these days, and recent citywide housing reforms, this site is prime for mixed use, including affordable housing. And in fact, it's part of CB4's affordable housing plan. The analysis should be redone to show us what we would really stand to lose if we went for a 24/7 casino and hotel instead of a multi-use facility with affordable housing for the residents. What our community needs is more affordable housing and small businesses, and so I ask you to please say no to the Avenir at this point and make room for a housing-forward mixed-use proposal. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, hi, I'm Latoya Metters. I'm a proud New Yorker, resident, and business owner, and I'm here to say loud and clear, Avenir Casino belongs on 34th Street. Here's why. Because 34th Street is the heart of the city. It's transit, it's tourism, and it's shopping is where New Yorkers all come together. It makes it the safest, smartest decision and the strongest location. Not 42nd Street, there's already too much going on there. Not Flushing. Queens deserves investment, but it doesn't have visibility or a convention center. And not Coney Island, that's seasonal, and nobody got time for that. With a direct connection to the Javits Center, the Avenir brings tourism, it brings conferences and international dollars. That means thousands of union jobs. That means more small businesses thriving. That means tax revenue that lifts every borough. This isn't just a casino, it's a catalyst. Avenir on 34th is how we make New York great again. I know, right? Let's bring it home right here where it belongs. New York City needs jobs. New York City needs revenue. What you may see here, and I'm sorry if it's blocking people's views or things like that, New York City needs a hub. And if the Avenir can be that catalyst and create opportunities for people in New York, that's what matters right now. It's way bigger than just your zip code.
Conrad Stojak, 11372. This week, Thursday, will be the 24th anniversary of 9/11. Silverstein Properties had the moral, cultural responsibility to rebuild after 9/11, and they did a fantastic job. So as a responsible real estate developer, the Avenir is a no-brainer. So I'm in full support of it. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Kerry Green. I'm a longtime resident of Hell's Kitchen. My girlfriend lives in the building. I just want to say that a lot of people here have compared, the situation in Atlantic City to a potential casino here. I just want to say that those are very different situations, comparing Atlantic City to a potential luxury casino in New York City. For example, Boston has built a luxury casino and there hasn't been an influx of crime or anything like that. It's a luxury casino that, people frequent, and it's like any other casino or luxury hotel. So having said that, right, I understand that there are community concerns and different people, constituents have their voice, but Still, this is a luxury building in an unoccupied lot. That's one building is not going to change the trajectory of traffic in the city or create anything other than what it would be, another luxury building. So I support Avenir. I think it'd be a great addition to the city for people who like gaming and, luxury hotels. Thank you.
Can we get 181 to 191 to the microphone, please? Or even to 195? You're welcome. 181 to 195. Thank you.
I keep hearing the mention of casino, but I think what everyone is forgetting that the Avenir is so much more than that. So many people need jobs and health benefits. The Avenir will provide that. Artists and local businesses want to expand. The Avenir will allow that. This project will not only help build community, safety, but it'll also help bring back life and foot traffic to a very dark industrial area of Hell's Kitchen. I am in full support of this project. Thank you.
My name is Eugene McBride. I live in Hell's Kitchen. I live in Manhattan Plaza, 10036. I think the project is a horror. You talk about jobs. This is, how many people are going to be employed in that complex? 1,000 people, maybe? I don't know. How many people live in that neighborhood? How is this going to impact traffic? And people have been articulate, and really the gentleman from Community Board 4, I think it was, has made some very good points that I hadn't thought of. There's a lot of things that I haven't thought of, and I was not told by someone what to say when I came here. As a matter of fact, I'm kind of unprepared in that, but I have an understanding of the neighborhood. And to take a casino and put it there, I can't explain to you how much my idea about the whole project has to do with billionaires, millionaires. Our country is being run by them. This is not a surprise. The push on this is exactly to make money. People do not go to a casino to lose money, but they do. Speaking personally, I know of a family where the father was into gambling. My ex-wife at the time taught piano, went to their wonderful home in New Jersey. She was very surprised because when she went to their home, there was hardly any furniture because there was no money because he was a gambler.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is Josh, and I live in the 10001 zip code. I currently work largely remote for a consulting company. My family lives in Las Vegas, and I've seen firsthand the economic engine and job opportunities that large resorts can provide. I believe the Avenir will provide these same types of opportunities in our neighborhood. I believe the professional job opportunities that will be available will create great options for New Yorkers early in their career, like myself. According to data, the professional information sector in New York City has seen a sharp decline in jobs since 2022. The overall pace of job growth in New York City is the slowest since 2003. We need a project like the Avenir right here in our neighborhood to provide both strong union jobs as well as professional opportunities. As others have noted, we also need more housing in our neighborhood. both affordable housing and regular apartment units to help manage the high cost of living. I currently share an apartment with 2 other people and would like to be able to have my own apartment in a few years. There are also some safety and quality of life issues in our neighborhood at times, and I believe the funding and assistance that the Avenir is offering to the neighborhood will enhance the sense of safety and security in that area. Thank you so much, and I fully support the Avenir.
Hi, my name is Ben, and I've lived in the 10001 zip code for the last 3 years. I moved here after graduating from college and took a job working for a multinational bank. During college, I interned at a casino under its college intern program. I worked in the marketing business analytics group, which provided me a solid foundation for the job I have now. While there is a lot of discussion around the thousands of union jobs that the Avenir will provide, which is great, based on my experience, casinos also have numerous positions in legal, accounting and finance, marketing, human resources, and information technology that would benefit our neighborhood as well and provide excellent career opportunities. I also walk and jog frequently in our neighborhood, and the additional security personnel provided by the Avenir in the area will give a much needed boost to the police presence and a sense of street safety, particularly at night. Thank you for the opportunity to speak.
Thank you for staying late tonight. I appreciate it. I didn't make it at the last one. I'm Eric Zollinger, a resident of 10036 and a resident of Hell's Kitchen and West Chelsea since October 1997. Having lived at Silver Towers and currently residing at River Place, I've worked in residential real estate since 1999, working on major projects at the related companies as well as Douglas Elliman. Around 8 or 9 years ago, I was honored to be part of the Douglas Elliman team that got to present ideas to Larry Silverstein on this exact plot of land, long before a casino was ever even thought. I originally did not support Avenir. However, upon reviewing the full plan, I've come to believe Avenir represents smart, responsible, and transformative development for the far west side in 4 main reasons. First, the location at 41st Street and 11th Avenue is a very challenging site for residential or commercial. However, as an entertainment hub with hotel, 12 restaurants, live performance theater, and community art space, Avenir will activate an underutilized block and generate critical tax revenue, bringing jobs to the neighborhood and services we do not currently have. Located across from the Javits Center, Avenir will be a world-class destination. Second, the plan includes no residential housing on the casino site. For me, a major plus, and only 100 parking spaces, encouraging visitors to use public transit, walking, or rideshare. Number 3, unlike other casino proposals, Avenir won't compete with Broadway or impact historic districts. Instead, it will enhance safety, activate a desolate, poorly lit area by bringing 24/7 foot traffic, hospitality, added benefits, and enhancing the experience to our visitors coming there to Javits. And finally, the only bid for the MTA to potentially build the 7 train stop. Thank you.
Can we get 195 to 205? 195 to 205, please.
Okay, folks, we also just got word that we can keep pushing through 8:30, so we are going to keep it moving. So if you have a number coming up, you do not need to leave if you don't think you're going to speak in the next several minutes. We're going to go past 8:30.
Last time. Okay. Hello, my name is Beatrice Ortiz. Through the years, I've seen New York City going through a lot of ups and downs. I've firsthand present the downs that the city has gone. I've seen how it affected the job market. The job market has been dragging for a while. We can see what happens when jobs dry up. You know, it affects the neighborhoods, the small business get affected, young people start moving out, families don't feel too stable. So that's why the Avenir, I think, is a great project. Besides being a beautiful building, it's gonna bring a great opportunity back into the community. And it's also gonna bring the area back to life, at least that section of the area. You know? I also think that the train that is being proposed on 40th and 10th Avenue is something that is needed. You know, the neighborhood needs the train, New York City needs the train, we really want a train in that area. So the Avenir can help because it's gonna bring millions of dollars for the MTA, and that will be a game changer. So I think the Avenir, well, I understand that more people will come to the neighborhood, but with the train will help to facilitate that without adding traffic issues. That's why I support the Avenir. I think the Avenir will be able to make all those things possible. Thank you.
Hi, good evening, everybody. Hi, my name is, oh, sorry, was it okay if I started? Oh, sorry. Good evening, sorry. Hi, my name is Risa Tochigi, creatively known as Risa Boogie. At the last hearing, I spoke about how being part of the Silverstein art family has impacted my life, giving me the time, space, and support to keep growing as an artist and the platform to impact others through our work. Today, I want to build on that by sharing experience that shows that the Avenir already represents to the community. While we were retouching up on the mural that now lives at the site of the Avenir, a woman stopped to ask if we were Boogie Reds. She told us she'd written a paper about the mural and even spoke with her professor about how it made her feel connected to Hell's Kitchen, the neighborhood she just moved into. The conversation wasn't about art, but it was about belonging. And she's not alone. All the time, people passing by on foot, on bike, or even slowing their car would tell us how much they love the message and the words of affirmation that the mural carries. That's the power of this work. The mural we create, the workshop we host, and the things people walk away with all ripple outward, creating a sense of pride, healing, and community. What we've seen happen through this one mural and through the various workshops we hosted, the Avenir is stepping in to help multiply that. And they're investing hundreds of millions over the years ahead, beginning with major commitment on day one. Part of that vision includes community space and art gallery, a place for exhibition, events, and connection that will allow people to gather, create, share, and feel seen. That's how the small moments of connection can grow into something lasting for the whole community. For me, that's what the Avenir is about, building on what already exists here and creating a foundation where creativity, community, and connection can continue to thrive. Thank you.
There you go. Hello, everybody. My name is Jill Harth, and I was born and raised in New York. And I'm a makeup artist, and I'm constantly in Manhattan because this is where the work is. So accessibility is key for my job. I have to be in locations in the city early and on time because I'm usually first on the scene. And I find that this area has been very lacking. So I am excited by the prospect of having a subway stop at 40th and 10th Avenue. I always thought it was strange that there was nothing there. And I really am in full support of the Avenir. I think it looks like a beautiful resort casino. I'm fond of gambling and gaming, and I like the glamour and glitz of it all. And I just think that the combination of the Avenir and the subway stop, I think it's an absolute no-brainer that this should be a go, and I'm all for it, and I'm really excited about it. So thank you very much.
Hi, my name is Richard Drutman, and I'm resident of East Harlem, 10029. Thank you again for staying late. In listening to what my fellow New Yorkers have had to say, because obviously them weighing in is a very important thing, I just out of curiosity looked up what was being said when this facility was being built, and there was a lot of community engagement about it, thinking that it was going to bring problems. A lot of the same things that we heard here were said about the Javits Center. And I don't think anybody would say that, oh, the Javits Center should not have been built. So I encourage you to look at that. And also, as someone pointed out, the Javits Center needs hotel space to be able to grow and attract major conventions to New York City. The other point that I wanted to bring out was just about the future of gaming itself and where that's going to go in the next decades. And I think it's interesting that the Silverstein family and organization, them being in charge of a facility like this, I think would set the bar, would set the standard for many other facilities of this kind. And so they're thought leaders. And so I think that they actually represent the future of gaming and what it can be in terms of community engagement and all the other ancillary things that this type of project can bring to it. So I encourage you to think about the bigger picture of gaming itself and what a very responsible family and organization that puts community sometimes above profits and things of that nature and what it can bring. Thank you.
Hello, thank you everybody for staying so long. It's been a long day. My name is Yael and I reside in the zip code 10019 for 5 years. This project I very much support it. I think it's going to be great for the neighborhood. I think change is inevitable. It's very, very difficult. People always say they want change, and then when it knocks on your door, they say, come tomorrow. I think it's a natural thing for all of us, but this is the greatest city in the world, and it deserves to be further developed. This development has to be done by someone who is responsible. And I think there's no one that is more responsible to do that. This is a family that's already showed that has full responsibility for the city and for the community. It's an engaged community. And I think just listening to the people here, it's very moving to know that in a place like that, on a 42nd Street, 41st Street, this could become a place of entertainment and lots of security and more life that happens in the biggest city in the world. So I very much support the Avenir project. Thank you very much.
Good evening, everyone. Just closing out the night here at the Javits Center. My name is Yambo Du, and I sit on the board of Effective Transit Alliance, really positioning New York to reach its full potential on par with other world cities. And given that all the other speakers have already raised several points of merit for the Avenir, I'm just here to reinforce my unequivocal support for this project, mainly for setting a precedent, so more housing, better transit, reinforcing the urban core, especially in an area that's quite underserved at the moment, making it a vibrant activity hub. And really more importantly, just most of all, if you don't get anything else from this past evening, just remember this, just ask yourself, do we want New York to be a city of abundance and a city of yes? Thank you.
All right, anybody with any numbers left, please get in line. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Kaya Cooper, and I live in 10011. I've lived in this part of the city for 12 years now, and I've lived in New York my whole life. I've seen a lot about the deliberations that go into building new developments down in this area. I've been privy to a lot of the CB4 meetings, and most of the benefits that people have been talking about, I'm pretty confident I would see in any of the developments that would take place on this scale. Give or take. And yes, we need them, but I have not heard much about why a casino would be great for the neighborhood and for the people who live here. And there's a lot of reasons why it wouldn't. There are ways to do it deliberately. I'm having some confidence that Silverstein might be looking at it, but there's nothing in writing and you need to vote on it now. We can't wait to see what might be developed. Having a casino within 10 minutes of over 500,000 people's homes and within 30 minutes of over 8 million people, that has never been done. That is an experiment we can't risk. The numbers have shown since online gambling became legal in 2018, it has had a disastrous effect on people's mental health, and the effect accumulates over time. We make decisions now that are going to be affecting people's lives over the next 50, 60 years, and addiction grows over time. We need to look at how to do this deliberately and without starting something that we can't undo. And unfortunately, bringing a casino into people's homes where you can literally walk out your door and be sitting down at a slot machine in 10 minutes when you have nothing going on and you're bored and you're lonely and you're disillusioned. And you can do that 24/7. That's very dangerous. What we should be looking at is doing a Monte Carlo type of model where you have to pay money to get in. It's only open a certain number of hours a day. You have to get dressed.
Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Yes. My name is Alan. I was born in the Bronx in 1958. Since 1991, I've lived on the third floor of a 5-story walk-up at 43rd and 10th, not in Manhattan Plaza or the Strand. Supporters keep speaking of this area as if it were a dead zone, a phrase that was often used at the first hearing. I live here, 43rd and 10th, and the nearby blocks are not a dead zone. They're the opposite of that. Noise here is already often overwhelming. This is from the World Health Organization site regarding noise pollution. Research shows it increases the risk for heart valve disease and hypertension, sleep disturbance, hearing impairment, tinnitus, and cognitive impairment, with increasing evidence for other health impacts, such as adverse birth outcomes and mental health problems. Research also shows loss of productivity and lower property values. All of this costs the city and the state money. Someone at the first hearing said additional cars won't be coming because people who stay in the hotel will fly here from other parts of the country. But people from other parts of the city, the state, and the tri-state area would go to the casino. Many would travel there by car. This would increase congestion, thereby increasing air and noise pollution. Ambulances, police cars, and fire trucks would take longer to reach their destinations. Contrary to what someone said in the first hearing, the West 40s, between 8th and 10th especially, is famous for having tons of restaurants. Having more than a dozen restaurants at the hotel will not help local restaurants. I foresee empty spaces where many restaurants once were. Gambling addiction, it can lead to homelessness and is strongly associated with domestic violence. I'm sort of surprised here at how many younger people, many of whom do not live in this neighborhood, seem terrified of this neighborhood, while elderly people like me with mobility problems seem okay with it. And 500 theoretically affordable housing units is paltry under the circumstances. Silverstein Properties may be the greatest philanthropic organization in the world that doesn't make this a good project.
Hi, Laura 10036. I am firmly opposed to the casino. First off, it's really upsetting to hear people come up here and say that how the residents feel. I think what that woman said before about how a casino coming into their home shouldn't matter. I also keep hearing that Silverstein is the people to do this. I want to point out, Larry Silverstein and his company tried to get double the insurance money for the World Trade Center disaster. 3.5, which is what the insurance people said that it was worth, was not enough. He hired the most profitable lawyer in New York City at the time to get double the money. And also, this is on his Forbes profile, 9/8/25, because everyone keeps talking about how we should just trust Silverstein and Silverstein Properties. The firm developed the 7, 2, and 3 World Trade Center office towers. A 4th building, 5 World Trade Center, will be a residential high-rise when it's complete. I do not trust when it's complete. This is 9/8 2025. He still has not completed a residential building that he promised so many years ago. And then he also, because everyone keeps talking about him being like he's this saint, and this realty development company is this saint. And we're the Davids against this Goliath. All this money we're facing, it's our home. Please protect us. Please. He wanted double the insurance money because he said that those planes hitting the two towers counted as 2 incidents. So he felt like he should deserve double the money. That's what we're talking about. Thank you.
210. How you doing? I'm Spencer Lasky. I own a production company. Jobs have been on a loss in New York City for a while now. We're on a real low. And I think this is an opportunity to bring a lot of construction jobs, a lot of union-based jobs back to New York City. And I'm definitely supportive of that. Also, I think while there are a lot of discussion points against it, this is a good company to bring those discussion points to. I do believe that if there is an organization of people that have issues with what is being proposed here, of all the companies that are proposing casinos in New York City, I do believe this developer is one that will have open ears. As well as I think the site itself, given the other options in New York City, this is the best site. It's gonna be something at some point. And this way we have an opportunity to have something here that benefits the Javits Center. I think the arts will benefit the community and the jobs are going to benefit New York City, and I will participate in that if I can. So thank you very much.
Hello, my name is Francesca, and I have owned and operated a gallery in Chelsea, zip code 1001, for the last 5 years. I want to voice my strong support for the Avenir project and to speak on behalf of many Chelsea gallery owners and operators. Although we may not live in Councilmember Botcher's, Senator Hoylman's, or Assemblymember Simone's districts, as some have suggested should be the only voices that matter, we are the small business owners whose livelihoods depend on this community. And likewise, this community depends on the vitality of its small businesses. Our voices matter too. The community art gallery that the Avenir is proposing is something we are genuinely excited about. It will strengthen the West Side's identity as a cultural hub and drive the kind of foot traffic that supports not just our galleries, but also the restaurants, the cafes, and other neighborhood businesses that make this area thrive. The jobs, the economic activity, the cultural placemaking, and the housing this project creates are more important than a few years of building construction. This is New York City after all. Thank you.
Yeah, good evening, everyone. My name is James Bessoir. I'm a born and raised Upper West Sider, and I want to express my support for the Avenir. It's clear that the tax revenue generated by a facility in this location would be hugely beneficial to the MTA and other agencies that benefit all New Yorkers and desperately need funding. Importantly, I think that this project might be one of the best chances we have to get a new subway station on the 7 line, one that could really help knit the neighborhood together. Also, as others have said, Silverstein's incredible success rebuilding the World Trade Center and commitment to high quality design makes them the best choice to take on a transformative project like this. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Charlotte Hailstone. I'm an artist and I'm a curator, and I'm very much in support of this project. I think that Silverstein really provides a lot to artists and the community. I understand other people's opposing views and why they are so frustrated with, billionaires coming in, but that's kind of just a part of America at this point. So if there's going to be a casino, let's give it to the best developer that will do it in the safest and the best way for the city. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Mia. I live in 10017 zip code, and I greatly support the Avenir project. Silverstein Properties has been super supportive of the artist community in general. I'm an artist myself and have benefited greatly from their help. They are the best people to do this project. Avenir will create so many jobs and opportunities for so many people and will really liven up that area. And I think personally that that site in particular really needs attention. And I'm in full support of the Avenir project. I think it'll greatly benefit the community. Thank you so much.
Good evening. My name is Ten, and I truly support the Avenir project. You know, when we think about the project, we think about how it's going to help the community. And in multiple ways, it's going to help the community because one of the things is it's going to give back to the kids. And the kids right now need after school activities. With the art space, they'll be able to go and attend and do workshops and the different activations, so forth and so on, because I'm a part of that planning committee. And I know how important it is for the kids to be able to do those things, and especially because our government is cutting out all of these after school activities. So when you think about it, we're the only ones who can make a difference. And Silverstein truly can make a difference. So I support the project.
Okay, so as we have no more individuals wishing to speak, we will now adjourn this public hearing for the Avenir Community Advisory Committee. Thank you all so much for your participation in this process and have a good night.